Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, with your indulgence, allow me to skip item 2. We equally do not have any message from the President, neither do we have any formal communication from the Speaker. So let's turn to item 5. Item 5 in today's order paper, which is correction of votes and proceedings, and that of the official report. We will begin with votes and proceedings. Votes and proceedings. Let's start from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Oh, okay. I'm okay.
Very well. We move to page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Member for Northton.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item number 5 at page 8.
Please take note of that. Let's turn to page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page number 15. Page number 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. page 20. Page number 21. And finally, page 22. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, the 27th of June 2024, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the official report of 19th March 2024 edition. The official report of 19th March 2024 edition. Honorable members, I take it again. The official report of 19th March 2024 edition. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 19th March 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Very well. Leader, before I will hear you, kindly indulge me to acknowledge in the public gallery our children, students who have come all the way to witness what is actually taking place where their representatives are. So we have students from the University of Ghana, are they here? Yes. Students from the University of Ghana. They are being led by Barbara Balanta. I don't know whether I pronounce it well. Who is a student, and they are located at Ayawaso West constituency. Ayawaso West constituency. Incidentally, you are a member of parliament whose the minister is not available now. The second school is Inudu Abuasa LA. This time we don't have LA, we have DAJHS. Yes. Inudu Abuasa DAJHS. They are being led by Frey Matthew, who is a teacher, and the school is located at Eswejaman constituency. Very well. I understand your member of parliament is coming. So you may resume your seat. We equally have students from National Union of SEHI, Students and Alumni University of Ghana. National Union of SEHI, Students and Alumni of the University of Ghana. They are being led by Justice Odro, who is the president of the association, and the association is located at Sehurioso. Sehurioso. Incidentally, your member of parliament is also not in the chamber at the moment. Then finally, we have Student Bar Association of the UCK Adjournment campus. Student Bar Association of UCK Adjournment campus. They are also being led by Chakula Nuhu Abdullah, who is the president of the association, and the school is located at Ejumako Enyan Esiam constituency. Ejumako Enyam Esiam constituency. I guess that's the constituency of the minority leader. Well. I hope he will turn in. So you are all welcome. I hope you are here to pay attention to what actually takes place in the chamber. Those of you who are already in school, we are praying that you study hard so that tomorrow, when we are all not here, you will come and take over from us. So we wish you a fruitful study in your own chamber. You are welcome. So let's now turn to item 6. Leader, are you ready? Yes. So, honorable members, item 6.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to that I've also engaged with my colleagues, very order of business, and rather proceed to take item 7, after which we'll come back to item 6.
Is the business statement not ready?
Speaker, the business statement is ready. The leader has indicated that he's almost here.
Okay.
We prefer to take it.
Okay. Yes, honorable minority chief.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very surprised. It was the chief whip who chaired the business committee, so he knows what was discussed. What is he afraid of for not presenting the business? In any case, the leader is probably on his way to bring the free SHS bill to the House. Today is the deadline for him to bring the bill to the House, or we'll call him names. So inform him before he gets here that if he doesn't present the free SHS bill today, we shall call him names in this House today. So he better bring, yes. Because he's speaking everywhere in the world. We were on. If he doesn't bring the bill today, we shall call him names he will not like in this House today.
Honorable members, today is Friday. I mean, let's begin with a very low tone.
I've made an application to you. I think he tried to raise this matter in another context the last time, and we responded appropriately to him. I'm surprised he still wants to revisit, but I am saying I've communicated with the respected leader. He's almost here. He will come and do it.
Honorable leader, your application. I'm still looking at it. I've seen the Minister for Information around. He's my sister. I wish he could stay in the chamber for a bit to monitor what goes on before I give her the floor to.
Mr. Speaker,
so I respectfully, I want to turn down your application with the view that I want my sister to be with us for some time.
We do. Mr. Speaker, we have a statement, a tribute to one of our colleagues, former colleagues who is passed. So, Honorable,
we'll come to that.
Yes.
We'll come to. I'll give you the floor. So, Chief Whip, respectfully, I will turn down your application. Just let's go on with the business statement.
Okay.
As I said, I want my sister to be here. So, yes. So, Honorable, just give us more time. We'll come to you. Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, 27th June, and has duly programmed businesses to be prosecuted in the ensuing week. Speaker, you know, 78 questions have been programmed, and for various sectors, and members can find the sectors mentioned. So the statement may be taken according to Order 91-2. Bills and papers may be taken. And Speaker, in line with the fact that we are preparing to receive the Minister for Finance, the presentation of the media review, the House is accordingly informed that there will be committee of the whole, or there will be a joint caucus actually on Wednesday, 3rd July, for the House to consider other pertinent matters that are pertaining. So let me invite Hansat to capture the entirety of the report as safe as it been presented. I thank you.
Chief Whip, when did you say the Minister of Finance will be in the chamber? Honourable members, the majority Chief Whip has given us the program for the ensuing week, which will be the 4th week, Yes, for the ensuing 4th week. Let me at this juncture invite members who would like to have some contribution. Yes, Honorable, I hope I saw you.
Speaker, thank you very much.
I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, it's not in direct relation with the business statement, as it were, but last year, somewhere last year, 14th of June, 2023, I made a statement here in connection with the Botiano killings, and the matter was referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior. Mr. Speaker, you directed 2 months, and the said report should be brought to the House. It's been 1 year, some weeks. The report has not been brought to the House, and back home, there's been persistent visits to my house by residents and family members of the persons who were shot. I want to take this opportunity, whilst we're in the chair, to ask. I understand that the person leading the committee is now a minister for environment, science and technology. It's been some time now, Mr. Speaker. I want us to take this matter seriously after 1 whole year. It is really affecting families who were affected in this particular matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. I think you will look at your issue in connection with other referrals that we've made to committees that have not been reported back to the House. Incidentally, that incident, my constituent was part of the issue, so I'm equally interested in that particular report. Yes, Honourable Pijeto Abrakwa.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Chief Whip for the presentation of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, my first concern relates to the assurance that the honorable ministers listed here. We have a good number of questions listed for next week, and that is very gratifying. I want to commend the Table Office for working expeditiously on these questions. They have done a great job together with the business committee. But Mr. Speaker, the experience since we resumed is that a number of questions keep missing the mark, and they have to be moved to the ensuing weeks. For example, the Minister for Education, a number of questions he should have responded to last week, last 2 weeks, is reappeared for next week. I would really want assurances from the leadership that for next week, these ministers will really appear upon this House to respond to the questions. We can't keep postponing and postponing and postponing. And Mr. Speaker, what happens, therefore, is that the backlog remains huge and uncleared. And then more questions are filed, and we don't know when we will get to them. So once the questions have been admitted and programmed, ministers should be encouraged to show up. Some of these questions are recurring just too often, and it will be important to have assurances that the ministers will appear next week to respond to these questions. Then, Mr. Speaker, the second concern relates to a matter that we keep raising, motions that have been filed, that have been duly admitted by Mr. Speaker. I recall the last time the Honourable Majority Leader said that he was still fresh, he's still settling in and all of that. But these are matters that are of enormous national importance. The public interest is high, and we cannot keep waiting. I've gone through the business statement again, and they have not featured. I'm referring to the outstanding probe on the spillage, the VRA spillage from the Akosombo Dam. We agreed that we will have a committee of inquiry to look into that matter. It's been outstanding for many, many months now. Then the second motion which this House debated, and we all, by consensus, agreed that we should have a committee of inquiry on the National Cathedral, where $58.1 million has been spent on what is now described as the world's most expensive pit. Again, no action. So, Mr. Speaker, one wonders when we are going to have these matters addressed. And the public is looking up to us, and they are waiting upon us. These are matters of national significance. And we want to work. We want to earn our keep. We want to live up to the expectation of the people and be responsive to matters that are of deep concern to the people. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot keep kicking the can down the road and probably waiting for the 9th Parliament or the 10th Parliament to address these matters that are of national significance. So I want to find out from I don't know if the Majority Leader will take over, the Chief Whip, what really is happening to these motions and these outstanding committees. How long are we going to be waiting for action so that these committees can start work? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any further observation? Yes, Honourable Minority Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank the Majority Chief Whip for the business statement. I agree with him that we need to prepare to receive the Finance Minister, our colleague, for the media review. Mr. Speaker, if the Majority Leader, the Minister responsible for Finance, and the Majority Chief Whip would hear me, the House is not currently composed properly to receive the Finance Minister. There are necessary...
Why do you say that?
There are necessary preparations that ought to be done, including the visit of the House by the Common Fund Administrator to clarify very important issues before the Finance Minister will get a proper hearing in this House. So I agree with them that there should be a committee of the whole to deal with those things. Two, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Deputy Minister for Information, I thought for what we have seen on CNN and everything, he would have taken the opportunity.
Eugene, you hold on. When you finish, I'll give you the opportunity.
Taking the opportunity under 93.1.
Eugene, I'll give you the opportunity. Let him speak.
93.1 to brief the House on what he saw in Kenya, where Kenyan public are beating up members of parliament for passing bad laws.
Honorable leader.
Have taken advantage.
Honorable leader. Honorable leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It appears.
Mr. Speaker, it's a serious matter.
This is
I saw colleague members of parliament beating to
Honorable leader, this is a sideline issue.
Running on
Honorable
TV.
leader, this is a sideline
I thought
issue.
it's an opportunity to advise us as to how to pass good laws to avoid being beaten by the public.
Honorable leader, this is a sideline issue, please.
We should be worried. In fact, when I saw him running and the police were ushering him, through a tunnel to escape, it's a serious matter, Mr. Speaker. We thank God that he's here safely. But the opportunities still exist for him to use order 93.
Let me give the floor to
Speaker. I think as legislators, we should be mindful of our language. Yes. We have every right as politicians to invite any minister in this case, even to the point of agency heads. Right? But to carry out a veiled threat. And what you just said is a veiled threat to the Common Fund administrator. If you want to hear, just make an appeal to the Speaker for her to be invited. I did. Of course I did.
Honorable Eugene, it appears the leadership knows. Honorable Eugene.
Mr. Speaker, I have nothing more.
When you are attacking leadership, you have to be.
I have nothing more useful to add. Thank you. May the majority leader live long.
Eugene, when you are attacking leadership, yes, let him give the opportunity to a Kenyan man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that we traveled as a committee, and the committee has leadership. The leadership is on its way, and hopefully by Monday, we'll officially, of course, we need to, please, leader. But your leader. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll do that when the leadership of the committee arrives here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Speaker, my final point is the issues raised by Honorable Kujetu Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker.
It has been raised, so the leader will respond to
Mr.
it.
Speaker, repeatedly, we raise these issues that this side has got the members that will serve on these committees ready. It is the majority side. So is it the case that they don't care about the fact that we sank $58 million in a hole when we cannot even pay NAPO?
Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker,
you just want to.
Mr. Speaker, those who suffered during the flood, the water dam flood, is it that we don't care about them to set up a committee, not to which hand, but actually investigate so that we can prepare for, future occurrences? So, Mr. Speaker, the last time, the respected leader said that he just took the chair. But I can see, and he's here now, he has repeatedly spoken about free SHS without speaking about the flood victims. He's spoken about free SHS without speaking about the sinking of $58 million at the cathedral site. So is it the case that you don't care about protecting the public purse? So today, if he can help, it should just be a simple thing that he's provided the members of the committee.
The same thing Honorable Kujetu said.
Mr. Speaker, would that be, when are we going to...
We will allow the leader to respond to it. He will respond to Kujetu.
I didn't realize that he was going to provide a name today. I didn't realize that. So I'll yield to him to provide the names.
Leader, I'll come to you so that you will respond to all of them. Leader. Then come to the podium. Yes, leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, first let me thank my respected colleague, the Majority Chief Whip,
at the dispatch, but you
I
don't.
know you are here. I'm confused. I want you to help me.
Leader, you need to catch my eye first. I haven't called you. I haven't called you. Yes,
Speaker,
Leader, let's hear.
let me thank my colleague, Honorable Frank Anodombre, for doing justice to the Business Committee's report when I was temporarily absent from the chamber. I thank him. He's a reliable ally. Mr. Speaker, on the VRA spirit, the spillage in the Volta basin, the matters that affected some constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with being described as not caring enough. In this whole chamber of 275 people, I am the only person who from my pocket donated 50,000. No, well, on record, yes, on record. Yes, on record. To my honorable colleague, Okujecha Blackwell's constituency, not to him as a person. I gave it to him for the benefit of his constituents. I've done so to demonstrate how I care about the suffering of his people. So I did that. 50,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this has been done. But Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker has made a pronouncement in this House to guide us that we have ministerial functions and we have parliamentary oversight. Our oversight is a secondary mandate. It's not a primary mandate. The primary mandate lies with the minister or the agency concerned. So once there's an indication by the agency or the ministry that something is being done, my humble view, and I say so in all modesty, is that we allow the ministry or the agency to do the initial work and bring a report. And I'm happy to say that Right Honorable Speaker has pronounced on this matter that it is the right way to go. So I would say that in view of the fact that the Minister of Energy, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh, in view of the fact that he gave an indication that the ministry, he tasked the VRA to come out with some report to him, we should patiently wait for that to be done. Then we can have an opportunity to interrogate the report. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the National Cathedral, let me refer to the draft report. The report and then the proposed order of proceedings for the ensuing week. If you go to Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, Wednesday, I read the question, page 4 of the business statement for the 4th week. Mr. Speaker, we have urgent question. No less a person than Honorable Patricia Apieje, my able deputy, has filed an urgent question, and I read the urgent question. To ask the Minister of Finance how much has been paid for the National Cathedral by government, and if value for money audits has been done so far. Mr. Speaker, it's not only Honorable Okujecha Blackwell who cares. We care on the other side. This question has been filed. This question has been filed by the deputy majority leader. So clearly, we want this House to have the first opportunity. Mr. Speaker, look at the text of the question. It says, if value for money audit. So it is an opportunity for the minister to come to this House so that, Mr. Speaker, we all know, so that if the right thing was done, we will know. Mr. Speaker, we know. My colleagues have been in government before. They know that government money, you don't just get up and pay a check or transfer money into the account
of an entity. There are structures at the ministry. There are structures. And at the ministry, audit would have to be done. Without an audit, the finance minister cannot even prepare a warrant. And after the warrant has been issued, it goes through the control and accountant. Further audit is done. So the minister is going to bring all these details to the house. And whether there was any work done before the payment, we will know. If at that point, anybody is dissatisfied and wants further probe, we will deal with it. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no problem at all. This government is a transparent government. That is why a deputy majority leader will file such an important question. This is not coming from a minority member of parliament. It's coming from the majority. We are not covering anything up. We know the essence of transparency and accountability in governance. And that is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, in fact, let me take this opportunity to even announce that we, the majority, we have a new spokesperson on the economy. You have none. We have a new spokesperson. And very soon, we are going to unveil him. We have a spokesperson on the economy. Honorable Kekukati is going to be our spokesperson on the economy. Yes, you don't have. The new economic committee is going to be the most important committee of this house. In this new standing of this, Mr. Speaker, we have a finance committee and an economic committee. I'm just informing you, Mr. Speaker, this is just by the way. But it's okay. I'm just informing them.
The committees have not been.
Mr. Speaker, I'm letting them know of some of the proactive steps we are taking on this side of the house to throw a serious challenge that is not just about governance. We have a new economy committee.
Honourable members, is the leader of the house who is speaking. Yeah. Please allow him. Afterwards, I'll give you the opportunity.
It's going to be the most important committee in this house. So we are challenging you. We are challenging you to come up with your spokesperson on the economy. You have not said so officially. We are going to make sure we have a spokesperson on the economy to challenge your Agudongo. We are going to. Honorable Kweku Party is now going to face you directly on the economy. Not now. I'm just announcing. Yes, that is why we are now going to make Honorable Kweku Party the chair of the economic committee to face you and be our spokesperson. He's going to face you. He's going to face you. Mr. Speaker,
he's the leader, but
also,
we don't.
He hasn't called you. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. You can do it better. It's okay. It's okay. You sit down. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the free SHS bill.
Leader, the selection of committee.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going
is
there.
chaired by
Mr.
the
Speaker,
Speaker himself.
we are declaring intent.
So,
Mr. Speaker, we are declaring our intent to face them. This is an election year. They've been talking about the economy. We want to face you. We have a competent person to deal with your spokesperson on the economy. We'll face you. Mr. Speaker, on the free SHS. On the free SHS. Honorable Kwame Abuja wants to know when the free SHS. You want to know when the free SHS, when the free SHS bill will come. Mr. Speaker, the free SHS bill will come. Mr. Speaker, your ranking member on education says he's opposed to the free SHS bill. He says he's opposed to the free SHS bill. Your party machinery issued a statement against the free SHS bill. Your party issued a statement against the free SHS bill. And it will come. The free SHS bill will come to this house. It will come. Mr. Speaker, I think I've addressed all their issues.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll wait for the second batch of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Resume your seat. Yes. Leader, can I go to Sola first before I come to you?
You didn't give me a chance.
I always want to deal with the backbenchers before I come to leadership.
This is the majority leader and the leader of the House. And he should know better to usurp the power of the Speaker, the chairman of the Committee on Selection, and to come here to simply announce without the knowledge of the Speaker, he has decided who should be what?
The existing chairman.
I mean,
is now a new chairman.
The existing chairman of the Finance Committee.
A very good man.
Without the knowledge of the Speaker, without a meeting of the Committee on Selection, the majority leader will come to this House and simply announce that he has overthrown him and make changes. Please, respected majority leader, please, you should know better. This is not how we overthrow people.
No, leader. I'll come back to you. Leader, I'll come back to you. Leader, I haven't called you. Leader, I'll come back to you. Leader, no, I'll come back to you. I'll give you special time. Don't worry. You are there. You are controlling the House. I'll give you the time. Yes, Honorable Member for Sora.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on page 2 of today's order paper, there's an item H, that is adoption of reports of the Committee on Government Assurances made by the following ministers: Minister for Education, Minister for Roads and Highways. Now, these assurances were made by the former minister, Minister for Local Government and Decentralization and Rural Development. Mr. Speaker, I have observed that this particular motion keeps repeating since the beginning of this year. These reports were made ready under the leadership of the Honorable Deputy Leader, Honorable Patricia Apiaje. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, when are we going to take these reports? What is the reasons why we keep repeating this on the order paper, and we are not able to have the reports taken? Is it the fault from the leader of the government business, or what is the reason? Mr. Speaker, the reports will lose the value that we are supposed to extract from them. We need to take the reports so that the right actions are taken. These ministers made some assurances to members of parliament. Committees met with the ministers. The ministers appeared before the committees. Reports were generated since 2023. And today we are not able to take the reports. Honourable Minister, we need your guidance on this. We have to take the reports, then the ministers would have to appear again if they need be. Honourable Minister, these are the issues that I want you to guide us on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are we crossing? Yes. Honourable, this is your last. Okay.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for your magnanimity. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader sought to create the impression that if the finance minister comes here next week and responds to Honorable Patricia Apiaje's question, then that should settle the matter and we don't need a probe. I mean, how can coming to respond to one question and you have a restricted number of follow-up questions under our standing orders deal with the whole gamut of issues? How can a question replace a probe, Mr. Speaker? It cannot. And the Honorable Majority Leader knows that. This National Cathedral matter has so many layers. So many layers. The number of people who are keeping our money are in Ghana and abroad, including one Carisames in America, keeping our $6 million, Mr. Speaker. There are major issues from procurement, from value for money, double identity, all kinds of issues, Mr. Speaker. One question,
thank you,
which appears to be an insider dealing.
Honorable Kujoto, I don't think that's what the leader is seeking to.
So we still need the probe, Mr. Speaker, and I think you should rule that we must move forward with the inquiry. We have already debated the motion.
Very well.
We debated the motion. So let's have the probe.
Yes, finally.
Madam Speaker.
Final. Honorable Mutala, you just entered and you want me to give you the floor. You just entered and you want me to give you the floor. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, on page 2 of the business statement, we were told that the Minister of Finance that will be meeting to discuss the mid-year budget review, and that the Minister of Finance is likely to come to this house by mid-July. I'm happy that the Minister responsible for finance is here, because it is a very crucial media review. And because this House is very anxious to get an update on the domestic debt exchange program.
Leader.
And it's very important. I'm just drawing attention to our expectation. That's the reason why we are setting up the budget committee. And
you want him to come?
It's important to bring them up. We also want an update on the 3-year IMF program. But more importantly, we hope that the minister will be coming here to address the inflationary numbers that is making life miserable for the people of Ghana. The cost of food.
It's okay.
And all the difficulties people are going through. The city's situation that is making our lives so miserable. The people of Ghana are suffering. And so we cannot wait to see a plan by the finance minister to address this sad situation.
So he's coming to address it. So what's the problem?
And so as we address this issue
yes,
about the media,
let him listen to
I hope you take that on board to make sure that it is all entailed in that report. So we can see a plan by government to deal with the difficulties the people of Ghana are going through.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Yes, let me give the floor to Minister of State at the Office of the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe, and we all know that the requirement of coming to Parliament with a mid-year is clear, and is stated also in the Public Financial Management Act. And what it entails is also there. So by my leader on the other side saying, come with this, come with that, clearly everything is well stated, that we should give a mid-year report of the implementation of the budget and any other thing that has happened. So you don't even need to tell us. It is clearly spelled out and is in there, and that's exactly what the Minister of Finance will come and do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable, let me...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week, when we were considering the business statement, at least 3 of us made a very strong case, demanding that the majority leader, who is also the leader of government business, invites the Minister for Lands, who is also a member of Parliament, to come to this House to provide answers why the lands of Tamale, particularly Tamale Center, are being sold and shared like granules. And many other people raised the issue. As a matter of fact, the majority leader, what kind of misbehavior is this? Mr. Speaker, they are really misbehaving. No, I'm considering. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
You know, this is the House of Reports. Look at the public gallery. So if we are speaking, at least, let's give a bit of respect to ourselves, to the chamber. When you say land is being sold like banana, I don't think Please withdraw that statement.
No, I can't.
You can't. If you can't, then... Honorable Motara, do you respect the chair? I'm saying withdrawing that particular...
Well, maybe I have to rephrase my statement. Mr. Speaker, if you feel...
Leader, Honorable, please, just respect the chair.
I withdraw the statement that Tamale lands and state lands across the country are being shared like granules. I withdraw that statement. But I want to make this point clearly, that when we demanded the majority leader invite the minister for lunch. The assurances we have been, the lands have all been sold. It is completely unacceptable. The population in Tamale is expanding day by day. And the West Hospital is being shredded to the extent that doctors will have to look for their accommodation far distances.
You've already made your point. No, leader. Honorable members, last week he raised the same issue. And I advise him that he can come by way of urgent question. I believe Honorable Okujetu, I received his urgent questions and I process it, and I've seen some of them appear in today's business statement. I advise you, but you decided to go the way you want it to be done. Because once you file a question, the minister is also enjoined to come and respond. So, please, take heed of it. I'm saying take heed. There are so many ways of bringing ministers to the chamber. And one of them, which is for me very effective, is to ask the minister to come through questions. So if you leave it to the leadership, and the leadership was not able to summon the minister to appear before the House, that's another thing. But please, take cue from your colleagues, and let's move the chamber smoothly. On that note, the business statement for the 4th ensuing week, which has been duly. You want to speak? I thought you were.
Honourable Speaker.
No, I haven't given
before he comes, there was.
Leaders of the House, you are supposed to help me to manage the House. I think we should all respect the chair. If you want to speak, please, let's give the signal from the chair before you speak. Because if you get up and straight away you speak, anybody can just get up and speak. I don't think that. And you are the people I should give the first option when it comes to it. So please, you just got up. I thought I could conclude the discussion on the business statement. The leader still wants to speak, so I'll give the leader the opportunity to speak. Then probably I'll open the floor for another round of it. So, leader, Honorable Majority Leader, you said you want to respond to some of the issues.
Mr. Speaker, it is not.
Leader, respectfully, we have to come once it's in connection of the come to the.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I just would want to put a matter in context. It is not the case that I want to respond, but the practice has been that whenever issues are raised, I necessarily would have to address them. So I'm doing so as a bona fide. Mr. Speaker, the issue by Honorable Mutala, I would add my voice to your call for him to file an urgent question so that we all process it for him. Because issues may be at large, but when you reduce them into questions, you can get the desired answers. So I would plead with you, if you file the urgent question now, Mr. Speaker would be available to admit, we would all follow up so that next week you can get a response. So please, let's do that. I will support you. Mr. Speaker, again, I think my respected colleague Ablakwa came back on the National Cathedral. All I understood him to say was how much government of Ghana has spent on the National Cathedral. Now, my point is that, hear me out, you've made your point. My point is that if the minister comes with a response to Honorable Apieje's question, there will be an opportunity for follow-ups right here on the floor, so that supplementary questions can be asked. If she finishes and you're able to also ask supplementary questions, and there are still outstanding matters, questions can still be filed. Because the matters will be within the domain of the minister, unless the minister in bad faith is seen to be evasive. But for the time being, they have indicated their readiness to come and tell Ghanaians how much we have spent from the national kitty on the National Cathedral, the processes that they followed. So I believe that it's a way to deal with it, and let's accept that. Finally, on Honorable Kwame Abuja, Minority Chief Whip, he raises an important matter, that we should be properly constituted to receive the Finance Minister on the media review. I'm happy the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance is here. The respected Minister is herself a member of this august house. She has been here this year. She would be here, she will be making 12 years in this chamber. And I trust, that will ensure that this house is properly constituted to receive her boss. I repeat, I know, for all the years she spent in this house, she knows what it takes and what to do to ensure that this house is properly constituted to ably receive the Finance Minister. And I know that she will do so without any problem at all. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, what?
Mr. Speaker, I read the issue of with Government Assurances Committee report. In that report, the Minister for Education had appeared before the committee and indicated he had supplied textbooks to all basic schools. But the committee went round and we realized that even schools in Tema, they didn't have textbooks. And so that report is very important for us to take as a house, Mr. Speaker. So the leader of the government business would have to arrange for us to have those reports taken. I don't have the report, but the committee indicated they got the reports ready since last year. So the reports are ready. And so we have to make ways of taking the reports.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader has responded to the issue about the cathedral. And Mr. Speaker, you recall that issues about this cathedral has been raised on countless occasions in this house. And the public interest in this matter is so huge. In the interest of accountability and transparency, it will be appropriate for this house that represents the people to probe the whole cathedral issue so that every Ghanaian will be settled on the matter. Otherwise, it is heightening the suspicion that something fishy is being concealed by Majority Leader and his team by preventing this house from probing into this serious matter. So we are pleading with our leader. We trust him that he's somebody who believes in accountability and transparency. And we know government is not trying to hide anything. They should allow us, this house, to set up that bipartisan committee to probe this matter so that the incontrovertible truism in the whole matter will come out.
Very well. Honorable members, as far as I know, that motion was moved and it was approved. I don't think the question that has been filed by Madam Patricia Piaget is going to negate that one. I mean, I don't think. Once the motion is still there, it's still. But I think when the minister comes, he will answer some of the issues relating to the finances. But I may not think that will deal with it. So finally, let him listen to it. Then my leader will come and respond to it. That will be the end. It's okay. If it has nothing to do with that, then
Mr. Speaker, I would like to be guided by the records of the House. Mr. Speaker, the issue that a motion has been moved on the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, the last time when Right Honourable Speaker was in the chair, the last time that he was in the chair when this matter came up, the understanding I had was that the issue was raised. The understanding I had was that the issue was raised. And the understanding again was that it has to be properly raised. It has to be properly raised. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kujoto, I mean, nobody has called you. I'm saying let's respect the chair. If you are not in agreement with what he's saying, you will give it opportunity. But once he's speaking, and it doesn't give a good picture of the House. If you are not in agreement with what he's saying, the record is there. I don't think whether the motion was. So what I'm saying is, I am right or he is right. That is not the issue. The records are there. Parliament records are there. If the motion was adopted, it's adopted. I mean, I don't think that the issue can be changed. So, leader, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that you've made a point. You've taken the wind out of my sail. So, I would also check, and we would be guided on the way forward. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that on the issue of textbooks, an impression should not be created that there is a report and this House is refusing to take the report. I would plead with my colleague. Let's be fair to the issues. There is no such report before the House, which report the House through the business committee is refusing to allow you to take them. There is no such report, Mr. Speaker. So the record should have it. That there's no such report. There's no such report. Mr. Speaker, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I think the business statement for the 4th ensuing week, which was presented by the Majority Chief Whip, has been thoroughly discussed. And thoroughly, I just want to use that word. It has been discussed thoroughly. And this House has accordingly adopted the business statement for next week. Minister for Information, I believe we've enjoyed the House a bit. Yes. So let me now invite you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Before the minister speaks, I just want to draw the minister's attention to Standing Order 91-23.
You want to draw whose attention?
The minister's attention, because I note his statement is 16 pages, and let me read it. That a minister of state may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall A, be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House, and B, not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. I'm very concerned about the 16 pages, so I want the minister to really make sure that the issues here are
Leader.
the pertinent facts
Leader.
that we need to know.
Leader.
I'm just cautioning.
Leader, leader, hold on. Leader, I think some of this punch, I don't think is necessary. The minister is coming to make a statement. Allow him to finish his statement. If there's issues, you can then raise. But before he even read the statement, you started. No, leader. I don't think we are dealing. We are treating the house fair. I'm not saying that you are treating her. You are not treating the house fairly. I don't think so. No. I wouldn't. Allow her to read her statement. Afterwards, if there's a...
Madam Speaker, I respect the chair, but I have a responsibility to speak when I feel strongly about it.
Yes, but let her finish the statement first. But let her finish the statement first.
I cannot be gagged, and I will never do anything.
Nobody is gagging you, honorable leader. No, nobody is gagging you. What I'm saying is, allow her to finish her statement, and afterwards you can.
I respect her. No problem at all.
Yes.
Not at all.
Well. I'll give you the opportunity. Let the minister finish. I'll give you the opportunity. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Leader relied on the standing orders to make his case. All I want to say is that, Mr. Speaker, once in your wisdom you've admitted a statement, it's binding on us. Admissibility is determined by you. So once you've determined the admissibility, it is not again within the space of a member to now question the admissibility or otherwise. Because your argument is that you haven't seen the statement, it may provoke debate, she should ensure that she doesn't provoke debate. But the content has been admitted by Mr. Speaker. And that is all. So let's welcome our lady. It is her first time. She's a lady. Let's welcome her and encourage the woman. Encourage the woman. Mr. Speaker, we should encourage the woman. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Minister, please, I know you have all the boldness. Come to the podium and speak to us, by extension to the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to make a statement on the implementation of the RTI Act 2019, Act 989, before this August House. In accordance with Section 77(4) of Act 989, I appear before this House to present the Minister's report on the activities of public institutions and Right to Information Commission for the period January to December 2023. Mr. Speaker, the architecture for the implementation of the RTI Act provides for 3 operational pillars upon which the Article 21(1)(f) right is assessed. These are the supply side pillar, the demand side pillar, and the regulatory side pillar. Mr. Speaker, the interrelation between these sides is facilitated by the sector ministry, the Ministry of Information. No single side can, on its own, make the RTI Act work effectively. I must at this stage commend the various institutions representing the 3 sides for working together effectively so far. Mr. Speaker, my report will draw from each of these sides and deal with ancillary matters. For the purposes of this report, I have referenced the 2023 report of the Access to Information Division of the Information Services Department, representing the supply side, the 2023 report of the RTI Commission, representing the regulatory side, and the RTI Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, on supply of information under the RTI Act. To prepare public institutions to supply information under the Act, the Ministry of Information established and commissioned the ATI division within the Information Services Department on 17 July 2020. The division is responsible for the effective functioning of the supply side of the RTI architecture in accordance with Section 3 of Act 989. Specifically, the mandate of the ATI division is to recruit, train, and deploy and provide technical support to information officers of public institutions. In the year under review, 2023, the ATI division of the ISD executed 7 major tasks. These are provision of support to information units and capacity building for RTI officers. In the year under review, the division assisted institutions in streamlining their processes for handling information requests. This was achieved through regular training programs and quarterly training workshops for RTI officers, including the UNESCO Massive Open Online course. Access to information law and policies and their implementation. This is a self-paced online course developed by the Center for Law and Democracy and UNESCO. The initiative taken by the division is to equip the RTI officers with the requisite knowledge and skills essential for the effective handling of information requests. The officers completed all 8 modules of the course in 1 month and were issued certificates of participation. The certification does not only enhance their credentials, but also their commitment to upholding the mandate of the RTI Act 2019 and the civil service. This initiative is one of the measures to strengthen the supply side of the RTI architecture to function effectively and efficiently. On research, the Access to Information Division conducted a study on Ghana's implementation of the RTI law. The research provided a comprehensive understanding of the processes and strategies involved in implementing the law. It highlighted the crucial roles of different stakeholders and identified the challenges faced, offering insight into areas that require improvement for better enforcement of the law. The research provided valuable insight and data, enabling the ministry to continuously refine and improve our approach to ensuring universal access to information. It is anticipated that this research will contribute significantly to the body of knowledge on transparency and the right to information in Ghana, providing a foundation for ongoing and future efforts to upholding these principles. The National RTI Forum. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the Access to Information Division of ISD instituted the National RTI Forum. The maiden edition was held on December 13, 2023. This event, held in collaboration with the RTI Commission, aimed at facilitating discussions and raising awareness about the implementation of the Right to Information Act in Ghana. Update on Online Records Management Systems, ORMS. The Ministry, through the ATI Division and in consultation with the RTI Commission, successfully developed an online record management system to enable applicants apply for information online, aid information officers in keeping accurate records, and improve application responses in time. This unique platform, which has been developed in accordance with Section 18 of the RTI Act, will not only digitize the application and processes of RTI requests, but will also transform records management across public institutions in the country. The ORMS is expected to be in full operation by the end of 2024. The Ministry of Information will provide an update on its operationalization in our 2024 annual report. Mr. Speaker, the ATI division continuously engaged stakeholders as part of efforts to improve the delivery of the supply side function. The division worked together with UNESCO to improve the effectiveness of RTI officers in the implementation of the RTI law. As part of measures to further strengthen relations with UNESCO, the ATID paid a working visit to the UNESCO office in Accra. The visit provided a platform to discuss and appreciate the RTI implementation journey so far. Mr. Speaker, a delegation from Ghana, led by the former Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, participated in the global conference for the celebration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information, IDUI 2023, which was held at the University of Oxford in the UK. Mr. Speaker, public education is a major tool to create awareness on the rights of individuals to access information in public institutions. The RTI officers in various districts of the country have actively conducted sensitization programs to educate citizens about their rights under the RTI Act. These programs aim to educate citizens, students, public officials, and other stakeholders about their rights under the Act, the procedures for accessing information, and the importance of using this right to foster good governance. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the government, through the Ministry of Information, facilitated the composition of 7-member governing board of the RTI Commission. In the year 2023, the RTI Commission executed 9 major tasks. These include outdooring of RTI 5-year strategic plan. The Commission took a pivotal step towards strengthening transparency and accountability in Ghana by launching its 5-year strategic plan. This roadmap, meticulously crafted with the support of the Bureau for Community Action and Development, outlined a clear vision for the Commission's activities over the next 5 years. Some strategic goals outlined in the document include adopting digital platforms to facilitate access to information, improve gender equity and social inclusion, improve the human resource capacity and capability of the Commission, establish a presence in at least 5 out of the 16 regional capitals, and strengthen the independence of the Commission in the performance of its functions. Mr. Speaker, the Commission worked actively in enhancing stakeholder relations towards the effective implementation of the RTI law. Key stakeholders engaged included UNESCO, Bureau for Community Action and Development, GIZ, Center for Democratic Empowerment, Stanbic Bank, Vitamil Ghana Limited, World University Services of Canada, DW Academy, and the Star Ghana Foundation. To facilitate the decentralization of its operations and make its services available to the wider public, the Commission, in collaboration with the Regional Coordinating Council, took steps to open offices in the Bono and Ashanti regions. With dedicated staff now deployed to these regional offices, the Commission aims to increase its awareness, improve its access, strengthen its outreach, and decentralize its operations. The Commission is set to open offices in the remaining regions in due course. The Commission's efforts to decentralize operations have been significantly boosted by public promises made by the Yagbon Wura, King of the Gonja Kingdom, the Wana, Paramount Chief of the Wala Traditional Area, and the Upper East Regional Information Services Department, all of whom offered spaces for the establishment of the RTIC offices in their respective regions. Mr. Speaker, this is commendable, and I salute these traditional leaders for their support and kind gestures. Mr. Speaker, the Commission has made significant progress towards completing the draft regulation for the legislative instruments, LI. The final stage entails extensive consultation with the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's departments, and the Committee for Subsidiary Legislation prior to laying it before the plenary. In 2023, the Commission also undertook research activities in line with Section 46(2) of Act 989. The research conducted took into consideration the right to information laws from various jurisdictions, legal procedure, and experiences garnered from practice so far. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, compliance survey conducted by the Commission, 250 public institutions were monitored. Out of a total of 250 institutions visited, 198 were found to be compliant, constituting approximately 79.2% of the sample. On the other hand, 43 institutions were deemed non-compliant, representing about 17.2%. Additionally, 9 institutions warranted a revisit, comprising approximately 1% of the sample. Institutions deemed non-compliant, limited knowledge of the Act was identified contributing factor. Mr. Speaker, in the year under review, 65 applications for review were submitted to the Commission, while 27 applications for review pending from the brought forward, to give a total of 92 applications. 38 cases, representing 41.3% of the total applications, were settled through alternative dispute resolution means. 24 applications, representing 26.1%, were processed through the Commission's decision, and 2 applications, representing 2.2%, were forwarded to the applicant for referral to the relevant institutions. As at the end of 2023, 28 of the applications, representing 30.4%, were undergoing various phases of evaluation. Mr. Speaker, on promotion of the right to information, one of the functions of the Commission is to participate in the promotion of RTI in accordance with Section 45 of the Act. In accordance with this provision, the Commission undertook a series of activities aimed at sensitizing persons and institutions on the Act. Some of these activities included provision of training to management and staff of some public institutions, and collaborating with some public institutions, civil society organizations, and media houses to educate the public on right to information and Act 989. Mr. Speaker, on administrative penalties and recoveries, the Commission imposed administrative penalties to the sum of 1 million Ghana cedis on 23 non-compliant public institutions in the year 2023. At the end of the reporting year, the Commission had made recoveries of administrative penalties to the tune of 2,043,571.44 Ghana cedis. This includes administrative penalties imposed in the preceding year of 2022 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, on applications for access to information, the successful implementation of the RTI law in Ghana partly depends on the demand for access to information by individuals, institutions, or groups. In accordance with Section 1 of the Act 989, a person is the one who has the right to information and may apply for access to that information. It is important for citizens to understand, Mr. Speaker, that in some limited circumstances, as outlined between Section 5 to 17 of the Act, public institutions have a right to exempt some classes of information from access under this Act. The RTI Act has clearly identified and classified some information as exempt, which calls for safeguards, including those related to national security, public safety, and individual privacy. The RTI Commission, however, as an independent and impartial body, has also been resourced to deal with any unwarranted denials by public institutions. Mr. Speaker, in the year under review, 322 out of an expected 683 institutions submitted annual reports to the Commission. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable and concerning. The Ministry of Information urges the RTI Commission to impose administrative penalties against public institutions that fail according to Section 72 of the RTI Act 2019. Of the complying 322 institutions, 173 received applications for information. These institutions in total received 1,749 requests. The Ghana Revenue Authority processed the highest number of requests, amounting to 115. Out of the 1,749 requests received by the various public institutions, Mr. Speaker, 1,225 were approved by the information officers of the public institutions, representing 70% of the total number of applications received. The total number of applications rejected for varied reasons by the various public institutions were 281, representing 16% of the total request for information. The following reasons were cited for rejecting application requests: exempt information or information not in the custody of the said public institution. Mr. Speaker, 42 of the requests were transferred to other institutions for processing. 20 requests were deferred, 19 were partially granted, and 162 were referred. Mr. Speaker, out of the 281 requests that were rejected by information officers, 194 internal reviews were requested. The respective heads of institutions dealt with the review applications from the dissatisfied applicants. Of these applications for review, 110 were eventually granted, while 84 were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, this is evidence that the internal reviews are being properly conducted. Further analysis of the data from the annual report showed that in 2023, 76.92% of the applicants requesting for information were male, while 23.08% were female. Another point of interest was the age distribution of the applicants. The data revealed that the majority, representing 65.52%, were within the age bracket of 30 to 49 years. The second highest population, 20.94%, fell within the bracket of 18 to 29 years. The third highest proportion was 13.3%, was within the age bracket of 50 to 69 years. The least proportion, 0.25%, fell within the age bracket of 0 to 17 years. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, there were a number of challenges faced in the implementation of the RTI Act 2019. They include lack of inadequate financial resources to undertake activities that will ensure effective functioning of the supply side of the ATID, logistical constraints including reliable internet infrastructure for those working at the MMDAs, attrition among RTI officers, limited cooperation from public institutions, bureaucratic practices in public institutions, others. These challenges were faced by the RTI Commission in similar measure as they were faced by the ATID of the ISD. Mr. Speaker, in the ensuing year, it is imperative that the budgetary allocation for the RTI Commission and the Information Services Department are shored up to enable them to function effectively. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, financial clearance needs to be provided as a matter of urgency to enable the RTI Commission complete the recruitment of its full complement of staff to resource its regional offices in Kumasi, Sunyani, and Bolgatanga. The ATID replaced exited offices and also populated the outstanding 333 public institutions with information officers to ensure full compliance with the Act. Mr. Speaker, on the 2024 outlook, for the year 2024, the focal area for the implementation of the Act are as follows. Ghana is set to host the 2024 Global Conference on the International Day for Universal Access to Information. This prestigious event will take place in Accra on the 1st and 2nd of October 2024 under the theme Mainstreaming Access to Information and Participation Across the Public Sector. Operationalization of the ORMS to enable applicants apply for information online, aid information officers in keeping accurate records, and increase efficiency. This unique platform, Mr. Speaker, which has been developed in accordance with Section 18 of the RTI Act, will not only digitize the application and processing of requests, but will also transform records management across public institutions in the country. The ORMS is expected to be fully operational by the end of 2024. This will be implemented by the ATID of the ISD. Mr. Speaker, presentation of the legislative instruments LI for the RTI Act 2019 to Parliament this year by the Ministry of Information. The initial draft has been prepared by the RTI Commission, and final consultations are currently being arranged with the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General Department, and the Parliamentary Select Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to applaud the contribution of key stakeholders, some of whom are present in the gallery today, namely the RTI Commission, the RTI Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, UNESCO Ghana, the heads of the civil and the local government services, the Ministry of Finance for their invaluable support. I thank the staff of the Ministry of Information and the Access to Information Division of Information Services Department for their hard work, commitment, and perseverance in ensuring that RTI worked thus far. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to you and the leadership of the House, as well as honorable members, in particular to leadership and members of the Communication Committee for the continuous support and partnership in the implementation of the RTI Act. Long may this continue. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very, very much, Honorable Minister. Yes. Honorable members, the Minister has just presented the RTI report about the implementation of the Act. So members will have the floor to make a comment. But let me draw members' attention to 91(4) of our standing orders, that members commenting on the statement shall not take more than 5 minutes, except otherwise, and again, not to invoke any debate on it. So, Honorable Member for Northton, let me begin with you.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, kindly permit me to commend the Honorable Minister for Information for presenting this report in compliance with Section 77(4) of Act 989, the Right to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, I note that the Honourable Minister is very much within the stipulated time. The law we pass in this House requires the Minister to appear before us before the 30th of June to present the annual report. Mr. Speaker, today is the 28th. The Honourable Minister has duly complied, and when ministers act commendably, we have to praise them and we have to laud them for being compliant with the laws that this House passed, so that we are all encouraged to follow that example. And then it also helps us to understand exactly what is happening in the RTI space. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has indicated at page 8 of her annual statement that work will soon be completed on the LI. She does not provide a specific date. So I want to find out from the Honourable Minister if she can give us an indication on when this LI will be concluded, because it's very, very important. It is the second leg after the passage of this very consequential law, which, Mr. Speaker, as you recall, is one of Ghana's longest bills. It took us more than 20 years. I recall as being a student activist and joining the coalition as NUC's president to agitate for this piece of legislation. So once progress is being made, we commend President Akufo-Addo for assenting to it. But having said that, implementation is another matter. But the LI, I want to find out from the minister when she anticipates that the LI will be ready. Then, Mr. Speaker, I am quite alarmed from page 9 that there are as many as 43 institutions of state that were deemed non-compliant when the Commission carried out its compliance survey of 250 public institutions. 43, Mr. Speaker. That is a high number, representing about 17.2% of the 250 institutions that the Commission assessed. 43. And Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister what is being done to bring these non-compliant institutions to book and to get them to be compliant. Because, Mr. Speaker, related to this non-compliance is a very important matter that has come up recently. And it relates to an RTI request that Joy FM filed on the sale of the SNIT hotels. And Mr. Speaker, will you believe that SNIT told Joy FM, Joy News, that they don't have an information officer, and so they cannot comply? Clearly, SNIT is one of the non-compliant institutions. SNIT, our pension fund manager, where every month our contributions go to, they are managing billions and billions of our worker contributions. And they are telling us that they don't have an information officer. Mr. Speaker, I want to read section 3(3)(b) of the law. Section 3(3)(b) of Act 989. It says, a public institution shall establish an information unit headed by an information officer who shall facilitate access to information. Section 3(3)(b) of the law.
Thank you.
So I want to find out from the Honourable Minister for Information what she is going to do about non-compliant institutions like SNIT, so that this law will not be
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, I think you hold on. Let's take about 2 or 3, then I will invite you to respond to them. So note what Honorable Okujetu Abrakwa has raised and other subsequent speakers. Then you respond to all of them. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, let me speak in support and also commend the Minister for coming to attend upon the House and to present this detailed statement to us. So I have taken time to read the statement, and as a nation, we also need to admit that we have traversed a very tortuous and difficult path to be where we are today. And I choose to speak to the positives. I choose to speak to the positives, not glossing over the few nodal challenges. It's been a difficult task. And my colleague, the Honorable Ablakwa, speaks to joining crusade. At campus, we all spoke, be passionate and spoke about this law. Thankfully, it's been passed. We must celebrate it. Rome was not built in a day. That must not be lost on us. One of the fundamental things that have been achieved, which for me is huge, is the non-inhibition of flow of information. You can criticize and talk about the challenges, but that is a good beginning. For me, it's huge. Honorable Minister, I want to commend you and your team for carrying the torch, blazing the trail, and traversing up to this stage. Then also about decentralization. I am aware, and the report captures it, the establishment of an office in Ashanti region and I think Bono. Minister, we can also look at the possibility of establishing another one in the northern region. I think that will come to complement the existing ones or the ones that you've established. Speaker, let me talk about going to page 9, for instance. And I hear my colleague mention absolute numbers in 43 institutions who are deemed not to have complied. And that comes up to some percentage of 17.3. The positive is 79.2%. 79.2%, Speaker, is significant. Yes, let's talk about the challenges, but let's not also gloss over the success story. For me, that is huge. Then if you traverse backwards to page 8, which talks about the regional offices, and it cannot be lost on us that we should commend the Yagbongura and the chief of Wala, who have also offered huge parcels of land for the establishment of these offices. I think we've done well as a nation. Submission of annual report by institutions that are not complying, I would urge the minister to ensure the imposition of the necessary fine, which will serve as a deterrent. I think we should hold our chest high as a nation, regardless of the challenges we are going through, and also aspire to do more. But we've come a long way. The establishment of the commission itself was fraught with a lot of challenges, but we've been able to scale these challenges and be where we are. I am happy that we are where we are, and we are also determined to do more. Speaker, I think the minister needs to be commended, and also your predecessor will be lost on us if we don't also itemize and observe the things he did. Your predecessor also set the tone, and for you to continue where he left off. I want to commend the entire team and to urge you to continue to do more. So I thank you for the space granted.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Honorable James Agaga. Minister, you want to respond to them first? Anyway, sir, Honorable and not on prayer was just commendation. So let me listen to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to commend the Minister for taking steps to brief this House about the implementation of the Right to Information Law. Mr. Speaker, I would like to continue from where my brother and colleague, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, got to, and due to constraints of time, could not continue. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, and therefore cannot pretend that I am not privy to some of the challenges that the Right to Information Secretariat is faced with. First of all, they do not have presence in all the districts, and even at the regional level, they have very scant presence. But, Mr. Speaker, that said, there are certain low-hanging fruits that we can pluck. And what are those low-hanging fruits? If you look at Section 3 of the Right to Information Act, Mr. Speaker, all that is required is for institutions of state to be law-abiding and comply by the dictates of the law, Section 3. And this Section 3 reads as follows: a public institution shall, D is relevant, so let me take you to B, establish an information unit headed by an information officer who shall facilitate access to information. Mr. Speaker, what does it take for institutions of state to establish information units within those institutions? What does it take? So institutions which have not complied with this provision are doing so deliberately. And so the non-compliance with this provision of the law is a calculated attempt to defeat the entire law. And so if there are institutions like that, as many as 43, which are not compliant, I expected the Honorable Minister to have reported to this House that the sanctions regime provided for under the law have been applied rigorously. But, Mr. Speaker, for the Honorable Minister to merely report that as many as 43 institutions are non-compliant and has not told us what her outfit has done to ensure compliance leaves much to be desired. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister should be directed to do the needful in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll take the Honorable Member for Swami. You will speak. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
No. Hold on. I mean, Honorable Gaga spoke, so let them come to decide. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minister.
Let me take the opportunity also to commend my minister for having worked previously as a deputy minister to Honorable Kojo Oponkroma and now as a substantive minister. Indeed, I've been on a committee for I've been on a committee before and had a close working relationship, and I can understand and appreciate some of the challenges as been talked about today. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty we've had with the Right to Information Commission or the Right to Information Bill implementation is the fact that over 683 institutions that are expected to have Right to Information officers, we don't have capacity to recruit and deploy permanent officers to these institutions. So the institutions are to designate an officer within the institution to act as an information officer. Oftentimes, once the said officer is transferred from that institution, then a vacancy is created. That is why we say that to have a full implementation of this law, government should give clearance for permanent staff to be recruited and deployed permanently so that this is your schedule at the said institution. So I believe that is what we are working towards it, and we've started the processes. Some clearance has been given, and some officers will be employed to permanently test. Let me also emphasize that in the minister's statement with the fact that because it's the right to information, there are informations that are exempt, and people do not even know that. They go ahead and make application for information that are exempted under the law, matters pertaining to national security, matters that are pertaining to public safety and individual privacy. These are matters that people don't really read the law, and they make applications for them. And I think that we must all take caution about that. But we've made significant gains with respect to the implementation of this law, and we must commend ourselves as a country, what we've done so far and what we continue to do. Elsewhere, it's been very difficult after so many years of implementation. And I think that I'm happy that for the first time, my brother from the other side, Honorable Kujetu, is commending the president for the bold decision for the implementation of this particular law. And let me also say the minister had clearly emphasized that, and I think that the Right to Information Commission must act with respect to institutions that are supposed to file their report to the commission. Out of 683 institutions, only 322 have so far reported to the commission. And I think that the commission must act in making sure that we get the report. Whatever your challenge is, does not exempt you from providing your report to the commission. And as a ministry, we will ensure that all the institutions comply with this piece of legislation that we all help to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity also to commend the Minister for complying with the requirements in Section 77(4) of the Act 989. Indeed, when ministers comply with laws we make, we must commend them for that. Mr. Speaker, I'm somehow concerned if you read paragraph 2.8, which talks about some of the challenges faced by the RTI. And Mr. Speaker, it talks about, if you go to 2.8, for instance, that talks about the administrative penalties and others. And Minister, in your report, you said that penalties were imposed to the tune of about 1 million Ghana cedi in 2023. But then you said for 2022, you collected 2,043,571.44 pesos, which includes 2022 and 2021. What would have been better is if you actually categorize 2023, we levied penalties of 1 million, we collected this because we are midway 2024. And then 2021, we levied this, we collected this. But the way you've made it, it's difficult to know whether this 2.2 million, where you got it exactly from. So maybe in the future, or if you have that detail, you can let us have it. And you also talked about some implementation challenges. And Mr. Speaker, it's not unusual for government institutions talking about lack of funds. So it is not merely the establishment of the RTI. If we establish the RTI or we pass the law and then it's established and government is denying them of the necessary resources, the impact that we want it to have on the country will not be there. In 2024, if lack of internet is still a problem for an RTI, administration, then what are we doing? Internet. Access to internet is still a problem. And we are here praising ourselves because what we are basically trying to do is that we physically want everybody who wants to have access to this to be writing letters or physically be going. Of course, you don't have an office in Adaklu. So is it the case that you expect that anybody who wants information in Accra should physically drive or write a letter to SNIT, as Honorable Kujeto Ablakwa said. If you are looking for information from SNIT headquarters, are you expecting them to drive from Adaki to do that? But if there's internet access, you could create a platform that people can do this. So it is difficult for me to accept that in 2024, when we talked about digitalization day and night, we can't even have access to internet to do things like this. I think this is not acceptable. The other one is high attrition rate of information officers. What is the cause of it? It means you are not recruiting or paying them well. If you actually want them to work, you need to pay them well. So the fact that there's big attrition rate of your information staff, it tells me that either their condition of service is nothing to write home about. So people look at that and then just walk away. You understand? Or because I don't know how you recruit them, and then if you transfer them, it means there's a gap somewhere. That is why they send them there. So assuming we have 16 regions and we have regional information officers, if you are doing transfer, what do? You transfer one from one region to the other. The fact that you do the transfer, there's a gap somewhere means that there's a gap. So to address, it's not only in the information area. When you cannot recruit and retain staff, it only means that your staff find better conditions somewhere. That is why they are going. The other concern is limited coordination between some agencies. Mr. Speaker, it should not be the case that, for instance, as Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa said, SNIT is sitting on tons of monies belonging to the public. So perhaps, if they fail to provide the information and you sanction them, then they use my mother's money to go and pay for the penalties, because it's not their money. That is how bad it is, exactly. Because you see, the money they are sitting on is not their money. It is my mother's money. It's Okujeto Ablakwa's mother's money. So they are okay to use my mother's money to be paying penalties to RTR Secretariat. And how should we be celebrating that? And I heard my colleague, the Majority Chief Whip, praising them for everything. Meanwhile, they are using my mother's money to pay unnecessary penalties. And we shouldn't be tolerating things like that. Mr. Speaker, I think on the whole, the minister presented what she's come to meet. And she's done very well about that. But the content of this makes me worried. Because with the current inflation and what my mother receives as a retired teacher, which is nothing to write home about, and to use part of that to be paying penalties is injustice to pensioners, and that is why I think that the minister should probably recommend a stiffer punishment, including sanctioning the payment of the penalties by the individuals involved, not using the institution's money. That one will bite them and they will do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, with this, I thank the minister. But Mr. Speaker, it's Friday. And the minister did well by coming within time, as Honorable Kujeto Ablakwa said. There's 16 pages on Friday. It's a bit harsh on us. So this one, you should have done it on Tuesday so that we have a bit of energy. Friday, 16 pages, a bit harsh on us. So maybe in the future, consider a day that is, we have a bit more of energy to. No, I didn't program the issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll take the last comment from the leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Minister for Information. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister was a Deputy Minister, she showed promise. Today, she's lived up to that promise. And it's an assurance that the women of this country are capable. They have the capacity to deliver. Mr. Speaker, today I've seen very beautiful women, well dressed in our African attire. the cloth. Mr. Speaker, they are here. Ghanaian women, well educated and working at the Information Ministry, supporting the minister in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, clearly it shows that the Ghanaian woman, when given the opportunity, is able to deliver. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we are commending the minister for her industry, it is important to also commend her former boss, the mentor, who saw her as his protege, saw the qualities in her, and propelled her for this day. So, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, on behalf of the House, I say congratulations. This is your maiden statement on the floor of Parliament. You've left no doubt on the minds of MPs that you are able to deliver. Mr. Speaker, the question before us is whether or not this government is committed to accountability and transparency. We need no further debate in coming to the conclusion that indeed, this government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia is indeed committed to transparency and accountability in governance. Because, Mr. Speaker, the courage to enact this law, to bring governance closer to the people, in itself, Mr. Speaker, is unmatched. It's never happened. Fortunately, we have senior members in this chamber now. The former majority leader, Honorable Kletos Avoka, is here. Another former majority leader, a man who mentored me to get to where I am, is also here, the MP for Swami. Mr. Speaker, they tell us, Mr. Speaker, I won't mind them. But the records of this house will tell them that there was a proper transition far better than theirs. You did a coup. We didn't do a coup. My boss is retiring, and he got his son to get prepared for the job. In your case, Aruna is still coming back. If you want us to debate, we'll debate it. You, in your case, you push Aruna out, and you've caused so much damage to him. Mr. Speaker, they can attest, these senior members, former leaders can attest to the fact that there was a lot of struggle in getting this bill through. However hard they tried, they could not get it through at the time. Until under the able leadership of Honorable Chairman Sabunsu, in 2019, we enacted this law. Mr. Speaker, many governments would have feared what awaited them. Many governments would not have committed to this bill. But again, the Akufo-Addo government, appreciating democracy, made sure that this law was established, including the RTI Commission. Today, the Commission is able to impose penalties on state institutions who fail to comply. State institutions who fail to comply. Mr. Speaker, not many countries have come to this. And I'm happy to read from the report that so much effort is being made under the leadership of our colleague Fatimatu Abubakar. Mr. Speaker, how else can we describe our success as a country under this government? Mr. Speaker, I would encourage our sister, our colleague, to make it a point to always visit this house, Be proactive, with government policies in an area so that Ghanaians will better appreciate all the good works being done. Mr. Speaker, this statement does not only talk about successes, it is also talking about challenges. That is how transparency herself is, so that we can appreciate the issues at the ministry. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I've seen my colleague is up. I would want to rest.
I will conclude. I having given him
the fact is that because my respected leader said other governments failed, let him be reminded that in December 2016, it was your side that walked out of this RTI bill. You opposed it. Look, you opposed. Yes, you opposed it. So let the record show that the NDC under John Mahama was about to pass the RTI bill. You opposed it. It is widely published, Joy FM and everything. So don't take credit for what you did not start. It was John Mahama who started this, and because you walked out, you opposed it, we couldn't pass it. Let that be the record. So don't take credit for what you didn't do. If we behaved like you, we would have also stopped you from passing it. But we are more courageous than you. That is why we supported you to pass it. So give credit to John Mahama.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, I'm not in the mood to do partisan politics. Mr. Speaker, it is past 1. It is noon. It's a Friday noon. I will not be tempted to do partisan politics with the minority chief whip. But he knows that in 2016 they had an overwhelming majority. If you were minded to do it, you could have done it easily. I will not go the way you are going. I will not. You had the majority. You were 26 more than us. Why didn't you pass the law? You see, Mr. Speaker, this is the same posture Mr. Speaker, you know, it's like when they couldn't implement the free SHS. We came, we implemented, then they said they started. What did you start? Even now, your ranking member on education is saying he's against the free SHS when the bill is not even here. He says he's against it. No, it's not been called.
Vice President Dr. Bawumia says he doesn't want the bill.
Honorable Boja, please, I've said this earlier on. You don't just press on the button and start speaking. Please.
Mr. Speaker, when we announced the introduction of the free SHS bill, their party headquarters issued a statement saying that it is opposed to the free SHS bill. Mr. Speaker, the ranking member on education. So, Mr. Speaker, it's okay. I'm not going to do partisan politics with him. If you want to do partisan politics, I'm not ready. Mr. Speaker, I want us to do our bills this afternoon in peace. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
But for the record, the NDC did not issue any statement opposing this. Rather, Mr. Speaker, Vice President Dr. Bawumia said publicly there's no need for a free SHS bill. It's on record. He says if there's anybody who is opposed to the bill of SHS, it's Vice President Dr. Bawumia who is opposed to it. That is the record.
Very well. Yes. Leader, let me give.
Mr. Speaker, statements are made in context. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that the NDC party machinery upon hearing the announcement of the introduction of the free SHS, issued a statement to oppose it. 2, it is on record that the NDC, speaking through its minority ranking member, has also kicked against the free SHS. What Dr. Bawumia said in context was to the effect that we did not necessarily at the time need it before introducing it. But doesn't mean that we don't need to enact to fortify the policy. What we are doing is to enact the law to fortify the policy. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Very well. Leader, it's okay. It's okay.
He has failed to raise the bill. That is the record.
Honorable Minister for Information, you've heard your members. If there any comment or clarification you want to make, then we conclude with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I would like to say a very big thank you for the opportunity. I would like to thank the House. I've really enjoyed my time here, and I'm tempted to look for a reason to come back. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues raised are valid, but I would also like to remind the House that I came with the annual report of the RTI. So the statement is just a summary of the content of the report. So I'll plead with them to take time to go through the report as well.
Thank you very much. I think when you came in the morning, I respectfully asked you to sit in and listen to some of the issues before I invite you to read your statement. And at least we've confirmed that you've enjoyed the House. So on that note, honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me thank the Honorable Minister for coming to the House to brief the House about the RTI implementation. Honorable Minister, we thank you so much, and you are hereby discharged. Oh, come on. Honorable members, we have another statement. Yes.
Speaker, may I seek your leave for us to vary order of business for the Minister for Information to lay a paper, and then we can proceed.
Okay, that's fine.
For her.
Just laying, no problem.
Other comments?
The leave granted.
The commencement of public business, may we proceed to take item 9C on page 4 of today's order paper. So you wait. Item 9C on page 4. We have here.
Yes. Honorable Minister for Information. Honorable members, please turn to page 4. Page 4. In today's order paper, item listed C. Presentation of papers to begin public business. So let me invite Honorable Minister for Information to do us the honors.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Information for the period January to December 2023. Annual report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989 for the year 2023.
Honorable members, the two reports have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee for Communication to consider and report back to the House.
Speaker, may we proceed to take item 1 on order paper addendum?
Yes. Let me again invite you to the order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Item listed 1, presentation of papers. Let me again invite the Honorable Minister for Information to do us the honors.
Annual report of the Right to Information Commission for the year 2023.
Very well, honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee for Communication to consider and report back to the House.
Speaker, we'll take the last one back to the original order paper, item 10 on page 20. And Speaker, we are limiting ourselves to 10A on page 20. And Speaker, may I seek your leave for it to be done by the Minister of State? Esther.
Item what?
Item 10 on page 20, 10A. No, original.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 20. Page 20 on the order paper, the original one. Item listed 10. Item listed 10. Are you dealing with only the A? Very well. Item listed 10A by the Minister for Finance.
Insurance Regulations 2024.
Honorable members, the instrument is duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee to consider and report back to the House.
So if you may indulge me, we have the final one to be taken, and we are proceeding to 9E. We have page 4. We are taking item 9E, all of it except. So we are taking 9E, all the items except VII. VII. Okay.
Which page are you referring me to?
Page 4. So we have pages 4 and 5, original order paper.
Very well. There are quite a number. Yes. Honorable members, come with me to page 4.
So
page 4.
With your leave, if the minister could take all in whole.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Minister for Finance.
Annual report on public-private partnership projects for the year 2023. Annual report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year 2023. Reconciliation report on the Petroleum Holding Fund for the year 2023. Annual public debt management report for the 2023 financial year.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Finance for the period January to December 2023. Report of the Bank of Ghana on the conduct of monetary policy, economic review and banking center developments for the period January to December 2023. Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, import NHIL, import get fund levy, EXIM levy, special import levy, and other fiscal reliefs amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 38,660,000 United States dollars on materials and equipment to be imported by the Ghana Bauxite Company Limited as a strategic investor under Section 15(1) of the Exemptions Act 2022 at 1083. Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, import NHIL, import get fund levy, exim levy, and special import levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,517,040 euros for the supply of installation and integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2. Budget performance report in respect of the Office of Government Machinery for the period January to December 2023.
Honourable members, the report of ye, which comprises of I, IV, VI, VII, IX, and X have been duly presented. They are all referred to the Finance Committee for consideration. And very well, the papers have been duly presented. They are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Speaker, as was earlier agreed, I think we can now proceed to take the second statement.
Very well. Honourable member for Busa South has been on his feet for a while. Let me give him the floor to tell us what he has. But before then, kindly indulge me to suspend the House for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member for Busa South.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the back of Order 93-1 to make a statement on an urgent matter of public importance. And Mr. Speaker, this has to do with the ongoing strike by our lecturers at the colleges of education. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, our 46 public colleges of education have not seen any academic work because of an impasse between the lecturers of our colleges of education and the employer, in this case, government. Mr. Speaker, the matter has to do, according to the teachers of our colleges, the matter has to do with government's inability to meet its obligation to them with regards to negotiated conditions of service, as well as an arbitration that was granted in their favor. And all these matters have to do with the transition from a diploma awarding institution to degree awarding institutions. I want to take this opportunity to seek your indulgence to invite the Minister for Education to brief the House on what steps his ministry, and for that matter government, is taking to immediately address this matter, because it has serious implications for the training of our teachers, whom we need very badly in our classrooms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, our member has raised a very urgent national issue. So the statement is before the House. If anybody would like to make a comment on it. Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the statement made by the colleague is specific that the minister responsible for education should be summoned to respond to this. So it's more or less an urgent question that he's submitting, but because of the urgency of it, he wants the minister to respond to it as quickly as possible. Now, if you leave it with us, I don't know what the members will be saying. Are we going to debate what he has raised in the absence of the minister? I would think, and I want to suggest respectfully, that maybe you would, together with the House, put a date on it on which the minister will be required to be here to respond to the questions. Because as it is, if comments are to be allowed in the absence of the minister, I don't know what justice that we may be doing to the minister. In that case, we be preempting what the minister may be coming to say. So that's my humble request.
Honorable Leader, former Leader, I think I'm addressing myself to the standing order he came on, stand on 93-1, and I think 3, Leader. Yes, that a member may comment on the statement. So probably I will urge one or two, I will admit one or two comment. And leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, technically this is not a statement, properly so called. It is a request that is making that we should summon the minister to come and respond. That is my difficulty. I'm not oblivious of the imperatives of the order that has been quoted. I'm just saying that if we allow comments to be made on such a statement, which in itself is a request for the minister to come before us, how do we treat it?
Yes, I think.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand the point being made by our senior colleague, but the point is that my colleague only made the request for the minister after presenting the statement. Indeed, whatever we say here, without the involvement of the minister, wouldn't get anywhere. So he's not only making a request for the minister to appear. He's raised an issue which is important to all of us. So we can still go ahead and make the comment. And then, Mr. Speaker, you make the directive for our colleague, the minister responsible for education, to appear and brief the House. So I plead with him to allow you to make, as you are about to do, one or two comments from colleagues, and then you can make the directive, and then we'll take it from there, Mr. Speaker. So few people want to make few comments.
Speaker, I think one of the importance of having experienced legislators and personality like the Honorable Oseiche Mensah is to assist us on occasions like that. That's because the sentiment is well communicated. We don't need to belabor the point. So that we don't need to belabor the point. The commentaries is to what end? And he gave a proud indication of what he was seeking to do. And as we got, the honorable member was clear in the intention was clear. He's communicated it. It's to ensure that the House programs the minister to come. Let's do that. Speaker, you may decide to defer this to the business committee to sit and look at the scheme of things and program the minister duly. Then we can proceed. This issue of just ventilating to nothing. So I will speak in support of what the leader said. And apart, the way you are looking at me, I'm speaking in support of you.
Well. Honorable members, I'm getting the inclination that he ended his statement with the view that the minister be brought to the House. So I think that's the summary of. Other than that, my view was but once he ended it, that the minister should be brought to the House. I think that's the request, and the request should be carried on. So
the respected leader's view is that because he ended by making a request to you to invite the minister. But there's nothing in our standing order that says that when you make a statement under Order 93.1 and you make a request for a minister, it means that people should be denied our right under 93.5. So, Mr. Speaker, we would have done two people already because that same standing order says only for 5 minutes. We have done
well. Honorable Dr. Teria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My contribution was he has raised a very timely issue. And
Dr. Teria, hold on. You hold on.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, not to stampede or maybe prevent anybody from making any comments. Now, the orders that he quotes, it provides that a statement other than a personal statement may be commented upon. The operative word is may. It's not shall be commented upon. That is, Mr. Speaker, and then you have that discretion. You have that discretion. But I'm not saying that in that regard, because already you have spoken, we should deny people from commenting. I just want to point to the minority chief whip that nobody, the chair is not under any obligation to allow comments to be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So, Honorable August Interior, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the issue raised by Honorable Apache is important, and therefore the need to actually bring in the minister to respond to it is very urgent. And I'm just speaking to support the fact that we have worked very hard within the education sector to bring the calendar to normalcy, by which from COVID all the way to this time, now the schools can actually have a regular, predictable timetable. So with the current situation coming up with the teachers at the colleges of education boycotting, it means that it's going to truncate the planned calendar, and therefore the urgency for addressing this issue is critical. And I support fully that the minister briefs the House on preparations in responding to the current impasse, so that we have it going well for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ranking.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this SETA strike is becoming perennial. Each year, we are experiencing it. Last year, the Committee on Education had to intervene for the lecturers to go back to the lecture rooms with the promise on the part of the ministry and government that they will see to their grievances. 1 year on, that has not been done. And it is becoming very difficult for the committee to have that moral courage to intervene again. That's why we've decided that we should bring this matter before the House. Mr. Speaker, the minister is billed to appear before the House on Tuesday to answer a number of questions. If you can do that, so that on that Tuesday he briefs the House on what the ministry is doing so far to avert these challenges. Thank you very much.
Well, I was going to say that from today's business statement for next week, the minister is scheduled to be in the House to answer questions. So, table, please, let's inform the minister, at least to, yes, since he's already scheduled to come to the House, just inform the minister to come and address us on this particular issue with respect to the College of Education lecturer strike. So that is my directives. Honorable member, let's take this statement. Is a former colleague who's...
This is the House of Record.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Order 93.5 says that a member may comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, the former majority leader is saying that you have the discretion. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. It is the members that have the discretion to comment. So what the provision stands for is that members are not under obligation to comment on the statement, but you cannot prevent anybody from commenting on the statement. So if you read in between the line, the interpretation, the impression that the former majority leader has created is very erroneous.
Mr. Interpreter, yes. But be mindful that the member came under Order 91. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to my colleague who just spoke, I never quoted the statement that he quoted. I never. Clearly, you were not even listening to me. I never referred to the provision that you referred to.
Well, let me invite Honorable B.T. Baba to read a tribute on the late Ambassador John Akolugu Tia. Honorable Member, my only problem with your statement is that the statement appears to be coming from National Democratic Congress. And that is my problem with the statement. If it had not been a member who had passed on, I wouldn't have admitted the statement. It is you who is reading the tribute for the late member. But it's like you are making us take it as if it's coming from NDC. And I think that that is not right. Yes.
Speaker, again, admissibility is clearly in your bosom. I will want to appeal for the records. You should just amend the statement, and then we all will support you and show solidarity. But as it appears, Speaker, I think it's inappropriate, and you rightly observe that it's inappropriate.
To get guidance from you. The title of the statement is Tribute by Talensi National Democratic Congress. Talensi is a constituency in this country. Is it the case that I cannot even read a statement on behalf of the people of Swami? I can. So the title is nothing wrong. Indeed, it is going to be read by our colleague who is a member of parliament. In fact, I can actually get a statement from a professional body and read on their behalf in the House because they don't have audience in the House. So it is wrong to suggest that the statement is in the name of National Democratic Congress in Talensi. So it is wrong. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the statement is well placed and it is going to be read by a member of parliament, not anybody from Talensi who is not a member of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a former colleague. I don't think we should even belabor the point. We take note of the fact that normally the statements are said read by, yes. So we all take note of that. In the future, we'll correct it. But I think the statement is necessary, and let's read it quickly, and then we can move on. And let the majority chief be aware that he's got another business that requires the cooperation of members on this floor. So if he's the one who is litigating, the real legal issues can come up later.
Yes, Honorable B.T. Baba. But before then, let me acknowledge the students at the public gallery, Osai Krudria Anglican Basic School. They are being led by Udru Apia, who is a teacher, and the school is located at Ewutu Senya West constituency. We equally have some visitors from University of South Carolina, United States, led by Professor Catherine Adams. They are also at the public gallery. You are all welcome. Yes, Honorable B.T. Baba, let's hear you. You may resume your seat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to correct that notion. This statement is being read by me, who made the statement coming from the constituency of Talensi. Talensi is represented in this parliament, and I cannot make any statement paying tribute to our first member of parliament without referring to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Akolugu Tia was born on the 23rd of September 1954 in Gambaga, in the then northern region and now northeast region of Ghana. He became the first member of parliament for the then Talensi Nabdan constituency, now Talensi constituency, in the Fourth Republic, honoring a dedicated public service. The demise of the late John Akolugu Tia on 24th March 2024 came as a huge blow to the Talensi constituency and the entire National Democratic Congress fraternity. The late John Akolgo Tia devoted his life not just for the service of the party, but humanity. He was affable, peaceable, unifier, and above all, related very well with all manner of persons, irrespective of their political, social, ethnic, or religious persuasions. He commenced his early education at Zobzia Primary School and the LA Middle School, both situated in Gambaga. Continuing his academic journey, he attended Tamale Government Secondary School from 1969 to 1974, where he obtained the General Certificate of Education, ordinary level. Subsequently, in 1980, he pursued and completed a diploma certificate in journalism at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. From 2005 to 2008, he enrolled at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, obtaining a certificate in management in June 2006, a diploma in public administration in June 2007, and ultimately a Bachelor of Arts degree in public administration in 2008. The late Ambassador John Tia, as he was affectionately called, began his public service career as a people teacher from 1974 to 1976. Thereafter, he served in various capacities within the Information Services Department of Ghana from 1980 to 1990. He became an active member of the Ghana News Agency branch of the Trade Unions Congress and held various positions, notably branch secretary and National Executive Council member of the Public Services Workers Union. At the advent of the 31st December Revolution, he became a committed member and served in capacities such as member of the Upper Region Investigations Committee and press secretary at the Upper Regional Secretariat of the People's Defense Committee established by the Provisional National Defense Council in 1982. In 1992, Ambassador John Tia contested the parliamentary election on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress and won massively to represent the then Talisi Nabdan constituency, now Talisi constituency. He was re-elected for 4 consecutive terms from January 1993 to January 2013, totaling 22 years, 2 decades. That is 20 years of public service in Parliament. As a result of his meritorious service while in Parliament, he was nominated to represent Ghana at the ECOWAS Parliament, a position he distinguished himself to the admiration of his colleagues in the ECOWAS Parliament. As a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, Ambassador John Tia exhibited his commitment to ensuring regional integration and cooperation in the sub-region. It is worthy of note that while serving in Ghana's parliament, he rose from the back bench through the middle bench and eventually to the front as a deputy minority chief whip in the 3rd Parliament, majority chief whip in the 4th Parliament, and later deputy majority leader in the 5th Parliament. The late John Tia also served on multiple committees of Parliament. He was a member of the following committees: Public Accounts Committee, Roads and Highways, Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises, Finance and Selection Committee, among others. He also held various positions at the committee level, including Vice Chairman, Foreign Affairs and Information Committee, Ranking Member, House Committee, and Vice Chairman, Business Committee. In 2009, the late President Professor John Evans Atta Mills appointed him as Minister for the Information. In 2012, he contested again to represent his constituents, but unfortunately lost in that election to the paramount chief of Talisi traditional area, Tomorana Musul Kusub Brisson. Despite his exit from Parliament, Ambassador John Tia remained an influential figure in Ghana's politics. He was subsequently appointed Ghana's ambassador in Cuba during former President John Dramani Mohammed's administration in 2013. He was recalled from his ambassadorial duties when the National Democratic Congress lost power in 2016. His loyalty to the National Democratic Congress earned him the distinguished member of the Council of Elders of the party. With his demise, a huge vacuum has been created in the great National Democratic Congress. His great legacies will forever remain in our minds. Today, a doyen and a colossus of Ghanaian politics is no more. This is an irreparable loss to first and foremost his spouse and children, the entire Akolgo family, the National Democratic Congress, fraternity, and the country as a whole. May he rest in perfect peace in the arms of the Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, honorable members. Yes. Honorable member for Ho West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the tribute made by my colleague on behalf of the Talensi constituency, and also to remember our brother, our comrade, Ambassador John Akogo-Chia. Mr. Speaker, I met the late John Akogo-Chia in this house in the 5th Parliament when we came as young members of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, then he was the Deputy Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, one thing I can remember of the late John Tia was the fact that he has what we call leadership skills. You go to John Tia's office and he will listen to you. He's a man of few words, and therefore he would like to listen to you for all the things that you have in his talk to say. And then he will advise you whether you're on the right path or not. Mr. Speaker, when I was nominated alongside my colleagues to go to ECOWAS Parliament, we heard of John Tia's accomplishments at the ECOWAS Parliament. This clearly shows that he has distinguished himself not only in the Parliament of Ghana, but also at the ECOWAS level. Mr. Speaker, we have lost a gentleman. Ghana has lost a statesman. And above all, the NDC fraternity has also lost someone who has done very well for the party. Mr. Speaker, at the age of 69, after he exited from Parliament, this is a time for him to enjoy life. Because in 1992, he entered Parliament as a young person, serving his nation, contributed all that he can for the development of this nation and for the constitutional rule of the land. At the age of 69, he passed on. Clearly shows that something has not been well with members of Parliament, especially those who served in the first, second, third to fifth Parliament. My question I kept asking is that, what has the nation done for all those people who has contributed for the development of democracy in this land? What has Ghana done for the likes of John Tia, the likes of those who have passed on? What have we done for them? Year in, year out, we hear of the demise of people, our colleagues, comrades, and then we come to pay tribute to them. But has the nation thought of them or doing something for them? As I look at the former majority leader, my mentor, Simpahini, Asumpahini, former majority leader, who has contributed immensely for the development of democracy in this land. What is the nation think?
Honourable member, address the chair. Go on.
Honourable Chairman Sabuso, what has a nation, or what are we thinking as a nation, for all the contribution these gallant men and women, the Right Honourable Speaker Albans Bagin, and the rest who are still alive, what are we doing for these people? Would they just contribute to the development of our democracy in this land? And when they pass on, we'll come and retribute on their behalf, and that will be the end of it. There are many more who has contributed. And today, we are here, remembering John Akogo Tia. I want, Mr. Speaker, for us as a House to begin to have some reflection on the life of members of Parliament. Some of us came very young. Now we started graying. Our legs are no longer, doing very well because of the long hours that we sit in this House. Is the leadership of the House thinking about what to do for members of Parliament, not only when they are in the House, not when they pass on, but even when they are on their retirement or they decide not to run again, or those who have been removed from their seats? What would the nation be doing for them? With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I want to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honourable Member for Tennessee, Mr. Baba Tongo, on the demise of our very good friend and brother, late John Akogo Tia. For my purpose, I used to call him Kolukti because of the personal relation that we had. Mr. Speaker, before I do my contribution or make my contribution, let me make reference to what great Macbeth said when he was informed that his wife, Lady Macbeth, had passed on. And I quote, he said, I quote, "Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and first his hour upon the stage and is heard no more," unquote. Macbeth is saying that when we are growing, we are blossoming. Like in the daytime, in the morning, afternoon, the shadow is big and looking fine, everything. Then in the evening, the shadow vanishes. Nobody sees a shadow in the night. Similarly, John Tia had grown very well at Gambaga and Nduse, worked for Ghana and came to Parliament. Today, John Tia is no more. It's just like a shadow that has vanished. John Tia has vanished from our sight. And that is an apt description of what life is, that we should all take care of. Mr. Speaker, I encountered late John Tier in Bolga in the 1980s when I was in private legal practice, and then he was a member of the Information Services Department, GNA. We knew each other casually. Then, following the advent of the 31st December revolution, late John Tier joined the structures of the PNDC in 1982, became PDC member and coordinator, and later on a CDR. Then, by a stroke of luck or whatever, I became a tribunal chairman in 1983. And then for the Upper East, Upper West, and Northern region. And my judgment were final, Supreme Court judge, you know. Yes, my decisions were final. It's not subject of appeal. Yes. He had good friends. At that time, Honorable John Tier, in charge of CDR, they were those who were looking for the cases, preparing them, and handing them over to the tribunal for prosecution. And we became very close. And this is a young man who was very hardworking and made sure that they gathered evidence sufficiently for people to prosecute at the tribunal without fail. This is the type of fellow we had at a very young age. Then, as fate would have it, Mr. Speaker, I resigned from the tribunals in 1985. And those who took over from me went to work for a city. On their way back, four of them perished in an accident. It was after we had lost all the tribunal members in the region that John Tier was conscripted as a tribunal member because of his track record as a very disciplined CDR PDC, as a hard-working fellow, and as a very diligent officer, and very honest and upright. So he became a tribunal member in 1985. Then, at the advent of political dispensation, Fourth Republic, we met here again in 1993. We stayed in Sakundo together, Mr. Speaker, and the first parliament of the Fourth Republic was very hazardous. And it was we were sacrificial limbs of this August house. We were given money to buy second-hand cars because they said the public sentiment did not favor buying a new car. So I got, and John Tier also got 5 million Ghana cedis. And then we bought 10-year-old or 12-year-old second-hand cars. We were so broke, Mr. Speaker, that we had to arrange and pool cars. So four of us would come together, use one person's car from Sakuno to Parliament here for 1 week. And then while one person is doing the buying the fuel for the week, the rest of you are making some type of savings. And the following week, another fellow will do that. So me and John Tier were in one group. That shows the humility of John Tier, that as a member of Parliament was prepared to pack his car, join another MP's car, and come to Parliament for a week or more, and then be able to do the work. That was the state of the first Parliament of the Republic of Ghana until 1997, that the group on my left came and the conditions started improving for this August house. Yes. Those, my brothers in my front.
On your left?
No, on my left. Right? Yeah, on the left.
Yes.
My good friends.
You are good?
On the other side.
Majority.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, while in Parliament, John Tier rose very fast. He learned the standing orders very well, he learned the Constitution very well, and he humbled himself before everybody. So, by dint of hard work, he joined the leadership of the House. At first as a deputy whip, then as a full whip. Then subsequently, when NDC came to majority in 2009, John Tier became the deputy majority leader, while the current Speaker of Parliament was the majority leader. Then in 2010, I was plucked from the ministry to come as majority leader, and John Tier became Minister for Information, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, while serving as a minister, John Tier still committed himself to the activities of this Parliament House, to the function of this Parliament House. I recall that we had certain very critical debates that even as a member of Parliament and the Minister of State was serving on the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation. And my very good friend, the former, the immediate past majority leader, Honorable Chairman Bonsu, was here as a minority leader and did not spare us. We were to pass or create 45 constituencies in 2012, and then also 46 districts in the same year. And that was during the last 6 or 7 months of 2012 and towards the elections. John Tier contributed immensely to the creation of 45 constituencies, many of whom are now beneficiaries of that effort, and then also the creation of 46 districts. Many of us are also beneficiaries of that. Unlike today, some of us who become ministers abandon our roles in parliament. John Tier was somebody who combined his work as an MP and also as a member of the executive very efficiently. And this is the type of fellow that we have lost. So his death is a disservice to not just his family, but to this August House, to the NDC, and then Mother Ghana. Mr. Speaker, while he was leader of the House in this August House, he contributed so much to the welfare of members of Parliament. My very good friend, the MP for Who West, has indicated John Pierre was a resource person, was more or less a welfare officer. He handled our finances.
He was what? Welfare officer?
Yes, more or less a welfare officer. Those of us who were here met him will demonstrate that. Everybody who had challenged about his salary, conditions of service, etc., whether here or at home, will go to John Tier for guidance and advice and support. So he did that, everybody. No wonder. He became an authority on the Emoluments Committee of this August House. So every time that they set the committee, we pray that John Tier will be available to serve on the Emoluments Committee, because of the Emoluments Committee will also get a package for members of Parliament, and then John Tier was a resource person for that. I think that we owe a lot to this gentleman, even to the extent that before his demise this year, he was nominated to serve on a similar body that will protect the welfare interests of members of this August House. Then sometime last year, Mr. Speaker, because he has left Parliament and is now free, became a member of the disciplinary committee. John Tier was a disciplinarian. So the NDC had no difficulty in making him a member of the disciplinary committee of the Upper East region of the NDC. And at the same time, he was also made a member of the Council of Elders of the NDC because of the role that he plays. This is somebody that we don't have today, and it's a great loss to all of us. May I conclude by making similar observations like what the member for Who Else has said. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should look at our service conditions. For the past 2 or 3 months, for about 2 months ago, this year, we've lost not less than 10 MPs, former MPs. Yes. Ranging from Kwanda MP, what is his name? The former MP for Kwanda, what is his name that I forget?
You are right. I counted about 11. But
exactly.
13,
I
I don't
yes.
think.
Yes. No, but what is his name? Former MP for Kwanda. Lipalmo, yes. Lipalmo. Then you go to Oro Mark Oyongo Navrongo, Mark Anthony Awini from Binduri, then Agnes Chigabatia, Bulsa North. That can continue mentioning not John Tia, one who we just lost. So many of them. Then we come here and make elaborate tribute, and nothing happened to their families and the rest of them. I remember before he left office, I told him some time ago that if you look at other jurisdictions like Kenya and the rest of them, they have pension for members of Parliament who serve 2 terms and above. If you are able to be here 2 continuous terms and above, and you leave, you have a pension. But we don't care. We don't take care of our interests. It's only when you see an MP, Mr. Speaker, you see any of our colleagues who left here 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It's a pitiful sight. They cannot buy medication. They cannot buy fuel to go even to church or to hospital, and it's a state of disrepair. I don't think that this is complimentary for members of this country, the legislature of this country. So I still want to use this forum to urge my very good friend, the leadership of both sides. Look like the Emoluments Committee has not yet been formed. If they have been formed, I don't think they have gone too far. To make a case that it is not enough for you to come here and struggle for 2, 3, 4 terms, like John Tier did about 4 or 5 terms. 20 years of his major life was here. Then he lives, and a year or 2 years later, he cannot buy medication, the rest of them, and they die all like that. Two members and 11 former MPs who have lost them. That is a loss not to their family, but to this country. So I want to seize the opportunity to appeal to your good self that we should work on this one. Those who have served 2 terms continually or 3 and above are entitled to pension. And then that can support them to live for the next 5 years or 10 years when they leave this August house. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me observe that in this world, what is important is not how you started life. In this world, what is important is not how you started life, but how you ended. Kolti, from humble beginnings in Gambaga and Dusi, became a community leader, a political colossus, and an accomplished statesman. So if we want to look at the backgrounds of many of us, how you had to walk barefooted to school for 6 years, primary school, and all types of things, the challenges. That one nobody knows, but it is how you end your life. Yes, Honorable T.S. legacy. Just as we those who are here, that humility is very, very important. Everybody was concerned about his death because of his humility, because of his service to his constituents and to Mother Ghana, and because of his commitment to duty and then the respect that he had for every one of us. We have lost somebody. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I say condolences to the immediate family, to the Upper East region, and to Mother Ghana and this August house. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Honorable Chairman, sir. Yes, Honorable Member for Santiachim. No.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. And my leader has just ceded his opportunity to me. I'm sure he will give me the next opportunity. No. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the concern we are raising about our numbers and our seniors also passing on. It's a source of concern. It should be a source of concern to all of us, including even the people of Ghana and the government, of course. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot just talk about those who are passed on alone and leave those who are sick in this house. There are so many of us who have various types of ailments, and we are being called upon every day to come to the floor to work for Ghana with our various illnesses. And unfortunately, we don't have even the facilities here, even as we come here with our ailments. So anything happens here, your best option would be for us to rush you to 37 Military Hospital. You'll be lucky to survive the journey to 37 Military Hospital. And again, we don't have opportunities for people who are even exiting the house. You exit the house at your own risk, and there is no package for you even as you exit. There are people under the Constitution who exit their various employments and continue the life of the life they led in the various employments. And we are also constitutionally selected to be representing the people of Ghana. In the judiciary, people at the level of high court judges, they retire on salary. And salary, security, they retire, even common fund administrator and the like. You can talk about plenty of them. Constitutional institutions and their members retiring on salaries and support. We retire into the future that we don't know. So, and we are the people mandated by the people of Ghana to legislate. Sometimes the sad thing is that we legislate at our own peril. We legislate and don't consider our interests because we are afraid of one journalist who will say that they have legislated to take care of their future. But they will not complain about we legislating for people, other people taking care of their future. And at the end of the day, Nahu calls up. We are enemies of ourselves. It's about time that we even think about those of us who are living. So, again, our remuneration should be comparative to our colleagues within even the sub-region. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at remuneration of our colleague parliamentarians within the sub-region, you will even laugh at the opportunities we have. And again, even those of us sitting, I tell everybody that nobody from here goes home with anything more than 5,000 cedis. Nobody from this house. And we are only proud of our poverty. So we go there and attempt to demonstrate wealth to the constituents, even though we come with empty pockets. It's about time that, and the unfortunate thing is that before we even determine your salary, your term of office for that term would have come to an end. So you come to the House as a member of Parliament, not knowing even how much you are due at the end of the month, and not knowing even how to do your own personal economics. At the end of the day, when they calculate your earnings for the 4 years that you have been in the House, it will be at the time that you are exiting. And people, unfortunately, refer to that, the shortage, the back pay that comes to you. People interpret that to be a lump sum paid to you, and they call it what? Ex gratia. I have not seen anything called ex gratia in any of our laws. But it is it's a term that we have coined to deceive people to believe that there is something untoward coming to an MP upon the expiry of your 4-year term. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we also, as members of Parliament, look at our plight. We are talking about those who have passed on. We are also going to pass on. But let us not wait until we pass on for people to come here and energize us and even talk about what...
Honourable Member, you are raising a fundamental issue. I think we will revisit that issue. So, who said when? Probably afterwards we will look at it. So let me come to Honourable Leader, then I come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me also add my voice to express my condolence to the family of the departed Ambassador John Akolgutia. The Speaker, I learned with profound shock the transition of the Honorable John Tia, as we used to call him, on the 26th of March, because, Mr. Speaker, just 10 days earlier, he had called me and we had spoken about a few things. And then, 26th of March, 2024, I heard of the sudden transition of John Tia. When he spoke to me, I had no inkling that the man was in distress. And we're talking about a future person-to-person engagement. And I was supposed to be working on something for him. And then this thing came to me like a thunderbolt. Speaker, that John was a very sociable and affable personality, is without any doubt. John, as I came to know him, Speaker, was the epitome of a struggler. He became a people teacher after he left secondary school, that is after the O-level examination. He rose through the ranks at the age of 26 to attain a diploma in journalism. And he had his first degree in 2008. 2008, Speaker, that was at the age of 54 years. John indeed indicated to us that in life everything is possible. Struggling through certificates, a people teacher certificate, diploma, and then ultimately a first degree at year 54. Speaker, the honourable member became one of the investigative officers of the regional upper region, the then upper regional tribunal. What that means is that not everything was right with the revolution, because one could really appreciate the competence of our colleague at that time to have been a regional investigative officer. But, Mr. Speaker, the man has transitioned. This is not an indictment on him. I'm talking about the system at the time. Mr. Speaker, John served Parliament at the inception of the Fourth Republic and served Parliament continuously for 5 terms. That is something that really is commendable. And he rose through the ranks in Parliament as an ordinary member of Parliament, a backbencher indeed, and then later became the Deputy Minority Chief Whip, the Minority Chief Whip, and then later on Deputy Majority Leader. The Speaker, that was in the Fifth Parliament. Ultimately, Professor Evans Atamils appointed him as Minister for Information, when the 3 of them in leadership at the time, the Honorable Bagbin, our current Speaker, John Tia himself, and E.T. Mensah, the 3 leaders were cleared from the leadership of Parliament and made ministers. That was unprecedented. John was one of them and became the minister responsible for information. When he left Parliament, he then was made an ambassador of the Republic to Cuba under the presidency of President John Dramani Mahama. The Speaker, so John has had a varied experience in public life. But what I remember him most about is what we did together when we represented the House at the Article 71 Office Holders Committee that worked between 2005 and 2008. The Speaker, the report of that committee was indeed a watershed report. That is from the 1993 to the 2004 Parliament. The 3 reports that we have had. What we did 2004, 2008, the Speaker, representing the interest of Parliament. At the time we were made part of that committee because we served as the whips and we represented the interests of members of Parliament. The Speaker, as I said, that became the watershed report. It's unfortunate that when the MPP lost power, the succeeding administration, there was a spirited effort to bastardize that report. But ultimately, Professor Mills invited us to justify the report. And I remember myself and the then Majority Leader, Speaker Alban, and a couple of people who were with us. We went to him, and I was a spokesperson. We went through what indeed we had gone through before arriving at the recommendations of the committee with respect to the contract public officers, including members of Parliament, ministers, the President, and even the Speaker at the time. That was when Professor Mills then invited the then Minister for Finance, Dr. Kwabena Dufo, to come and join us at that meeting. And he asked me to repeat what I had said to him, to the Minister for Finance, which I did. We spent about 1.5 hours on the subject. And before leaving, Professor Mills then instructed the Finance Minister at the time to go and begin to implement the recommendations of the committee. Before then, there had been serious cacophony in the country with respect to the recommendations of the committee, the Article 71 Office Holders Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, if there is one person who has worked assiduously for this House, I believe if you have to mention 4 or 5 people in this House, John certainly will be part of that list of people who have diligently and assiduously worked for the House. He committed himself when he was made a minister to do his best. Later he came back. I'm not too sure whether he was part of the Wise Men group. The Honorable Cletus, will you clarify that one for us? Was he part of the Wise Men group? I'm not too sure. But John, wherever he found himself, acquitted himself. And Speaker, on this occasion, we can only pray that the Almighty God, his creator, give him eternal rest, whilst consoling the family that he's left behind. May God grant him eternal peace. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and thank my colleague for this tribute. My other senior colleagues have said much of our departed colleague. There's not much for me to add than to say wish the family and everybody condolences. But Mr. Speaker, an issue keeps coming up about how we treat ourselves, and my colleague, Honorable Andy, made a point, and the former leader also just made a point. It's as if the welfare of members of parliament does not matter. And Mr. Speaker, but we have chosen a path of democracy, so there will always be members of parliament who are also members of our society. Mr. Speaker, myself and my colleague, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, with the support of Parliament, visited Ugandan Parliament last month. The population of Uganda, we are told, is less than 15 million. Their GDP is about $50 billion. Ghana's population is about 33 million, and our GDP is close to 75 billion. Mr. Speaker, indeed, when you are in Kampala and other places, and you compare to Accra, it is not difficult for you to think that we are better off than them in many ways. In any case, let's be frank about it. Our democracy, or the way we manage our country, is much more transparent in every way than them. The striking thing, though, Mr. Speaker, was that we deliberately took up this issue, so we went to their offices that deal with welfare of members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, they have shamed us in a way that myself and my colleague were surprised. They have a well laid out law on what they call the Parliamentary Pension Act. A Parliamentary Pension Act, which even covers the parliamentary service, which has been in existence for so long that it is one of the healthiest funds. And Mr. Speaker, we tried to find out more. The lady who administers the fund told us the minimum amount of money paid to a pensioned member of parliament is $500 a month. And in 2019 or so, when they had the highest attrition rate or something, the fund was able to pay $23 million. And we asked, what about people who just do one term? He said, every member of parliament is mandated to contribute. If you lose your primaries within one term, you are paid your contribution plus the interest. So there's no reason to say that we can't have it because, what about, it should be a certain year. It doesn't happen. And it's such a healthy fund. Mr. Speaker, it should be the commitment of yourself and everybody in this house that this parliament must not expire without us putting something in there. It is a contributory scheme. It is not free money. Today, Mr. Speaker, I make contribution to my party in my region. I make contribution to my party at the national office as mandatory. But I find it difficult to say that I should contribute something and put aside for me if I leave this house. Mr. Speaker, everybody here knows an ex-member of parliament or a member of parliament who comes to your office regularly for sometimes just 800 cedis to buy that medication, Mr. Speaker. It is disgraceful that we do this to ourselves, claiming that the country will say that in fact, Mr. Speaker, you are more likely to find money and borrow money to pay somebody's school fee if he tells you they are going to sack me from the exam room. You will borrow money and pay, but you are not ready to put in anything to make you healthy when you are sick. Sometimes I say that when they say go and bring somebody who has got a problem psychologically to miss an MP, you probably would not find anybody, because anybody who would think of the health of anybody else than himself. How useful are you if you yourself you are sick? You are not even useful to yourself. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we should pay attention to the plight of every Ghanaian, but we are also Ghanaians. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, if we miss this opportunity, then all the tributes will be reading in the future, which will include mine and yours one day, which is a fact, because that is the only certainty about living, that you will surely die. Let's not do this to ourselves and our families. Let us be able, if Uganda, with half of the GDP we have, with double the population that we have, can have a sustainable and a healthy pension scheme for members of parliament and parliamentary staff, we should be able to do better. If a retired member of parliament in Uganda can get a minimum of $500 a month, it is sad that we can say that we cannot afford this, because members of parliament would contribute to that fund. We are not asking government to give us free money. We should be able to set up the fund, and just the way the Ghana is able to have a pension fund for my mother who is a retired teacher, for the nurse and the teacher, for others, we should be able to have that for members of parliament, and that will enhance our work in this house, Mr. Speaker. Let Honorable John Akogo's tribute be a watershed. The majority leader, former majority leader, has already said that he excelled in many things. Let the day of his tribute be the watershed for us to commit ourselves to do something better for Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Majority Leadership.
Speaker, let me speak in solidarity with many of the sentiments observed, and also my heart going out there to my colleague and his constituents. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, let me say that of all the tribute and observations listened to, the part that touched me most was espoused by our leader, pertaining to the struggles that our late colleague had gone through, from his humble background to get to where he got to as a people teacher. It's an admiration, and it's also a source of motivation to me personally, that it doesn't matter how you start. It's all about determination. Speaker, I think that on this same subject matter, also the nuance in which my colleague interprets, it has often been a lip service, where we put on ashes and lament, and then we all go home and sleep. I think for once we should be bold to make a decision. Speaker, it is interesting to know that we didn't go to Uganda to check on their pension scheme. It was more of a benchmark on their credit system. As the stories were being told, we were encouraged to pry further, and we were amazed that they have a whole secretariat dedicated to members of parliament pension scheme. And Speaker, I went further. It's not just Uganda, even Kenya. All the troubles you are ranging from Kenya. Kenya also have a very well-defined pension scheme. So, and we've more or less become endangered species. Anything about members of parliament as public servants, the public will come after us. We'll become a punching bag of the public. And repeatedly people will make reference to Article 71. I see we are the only beneficiaries. So therefore, once, I will not want to belabor the point. I think we should be bold and make that decision. And it's going to start with our contribution. It's a contributory fund. We are going to set the tone by contributing. And then we can take it from there. I cannot agree more with my colleague when he says the reading of the tribute of our colleague should set the tone so that we won't come back to this same subject matter and lament, go home and sleep, and then come lament. Speaker, I may want to suggest to you, if it pleases you, and I know this is not going to be one of the committees, the ad hoc committees that we put together and fizzles out. So if you may direct, let's put together a small committee who can come out to advise this House. What should be the position or what should be the approach? Of course, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We came from Parliament with good documentation on this whole scheme. And we will not have to start all over. We can just build upon it, appropriate it to our situation as Ghana, and then move ahead. And I think that this will save us all this public ridicule and all the unwarranted criticism that are directed at us. I think for once, we have to make this decision. And let's come together as one entity, as a House, and prosecute this. And it will go into history that the life of this 8th Parliament was able to set the tone and set a pension scheme for members of Parliament. I don't think there is anything we can celebrate more than this as a feat to this House. So not to bother you more words, I want to conclude by appealing that you make some directives in this regard for leadership and the entire House to get to work, to come to some meaningful conclusion on the same matter. I thank you, Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, before I come to the request of the leadership, let's rise and give 1 minute silence in honor of the memory of our late brother. May the soul of our late brother, Honorable Ambassador John Akulgutia, and all the departed members who are now resting in the eternity with the Lord, rest in perfect peace. Amen. Now, Honorable Chris, I think this issue came up the other time. Like Honorable former Majority Leader said, last meeting, I personally sat here and witnessed about 11 of our former colleagues, their tributes being read to us. And this issue came up. I quite remember Honorable Majority Leader now spoke about it, that a committee should be established to look into it. And I think the same thing, we didn't do anything. And today we are revisiting same. So, majority shape and minority shape, what do you suggest now? So that if today we have to establish something, we can establish and set a committee for them to come and report back to us.
Mr. Speaker, myself and my colleague, with the support of some senior members who are more experienced in this thing, can put up a small committee and present a preliminary report within 2 weeks. Now, okay, yeah, I'm told that my colleague is suggesting we put a committee together even now. So you can, maybe the whips, and then the 2 former leaders, Honorable Chairman Sabunsu and my, yes, and then Honorable Kudu, and then I would think maybe we need some lawyers. So Honorable here for and Andy, Honorable Andy. Maybe 7, maximum 7. Yes. Accountant, that's how we are adding Honorable Kodo. 5. 7, 7.
7 is okay.
Yes.
So
the two whips.
Majority whip, minority whip, the former 2 leaders, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Avoka, then Honorable Andy Apiakubi and Honorable Enyafu. Who? Okay.
Shall we?
There's no lady.
Speaker, shall we look at 7 member? I think leader was preferably looking at 5, but I think he's not. We can do 7. 7, yes. 4 on our side, 3 on the other side, as proportionally done often.
Okay.
So leader on our side, former leader, my humble self, Honorable Andy Apiakubi. That makes it 3, and then we'll add Honorable Gifty to make it 4 on our side.
Okay.
Yes.
So 4 from your side. Yes. So here, Honorable Hiafo.
Leader, me, Andy, and Honorable Seng. No, Kodo is good.
So 8. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's okay. So now we have 8-member committee to look into it. When are they supposed to report back to?
Speaker, we will report after 2 weeks.
After 2 weeks?
Yes.
Let's be specific. When you say after, it could be.
Well, within 2 weeks.
Can we report 2 weeks from today? 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. So, honorable members, I think this is very important for all of us. So, a committee has been set up, and looking at the members that have been assembled to look into it, I think we can rest assured that they will come out with something good for us. So, we thank the members, and we hope that you will work out expeditiously for us. So, yes, leader.
Speaker, we have the last business to prosecute. Shall we turn to order paper addendum and take item 2 on the order paper addendum?
Well. So, honorable members, the order paper addendum, item 2, National Road Authority Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Yes, members, thank you for indulging me. So, the other time you came, more or less we ended the consideration with the view that we will revisit some of the areas that we were not conclusive. So, we will come to clause 3. Yes, chairman of the committee. Yes, chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rely on amendment proposed on clause 3. I so move. the clause 3. That's
Yes. Honorable Nyafo.
Mr. Speaker, the argument surrounding clause 3 of the bill was to the effect that we make laws to support the policies of the government. And the minister responsible for rules has been in this house to suspend the collection of tolls in this country. Mr. Speaker, the minister has not come to the house to announce that the suspension of the collection of the tolls is over. Therefore, for us to be legislative, to bring back what otherwise is not the policy of the government is what is calling for a worry. But Mr. Speaker, once this particular bill is emanating from the government, we take it that the government is sharing away from coming to this house to officially announce that they are bringing back the collection of the road tolls. So, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed. The other day we were requesting that our colleague should necessarily make a policy comment that gives us comfort that backing on a futile exercise. We believe that road tolls, we should be happy to say remove the tolls, but our side believe that it is a necessary contribution to fund construction or maintenance of roads. So, unfortunately, the minister, we are told, is not here today. We can't say that until he comes, but I would encourage him, whenever he comes, of course, maybe we are not going to take the third reading today. Whenever he comes, before we get to that point, he should be able to say something so that we know that at least toll collection is still a policy of the state, not necessarily the government. I firmly believe it's something we should do. We should leave whatever anybody will say. I will surely say that I told you so, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that we are doing something that improves the roads in Adaklu, improve the roads in Neswami. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we want to drop our opposition to the inclusion of this particular clause and support that it should be added to the bill.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I believe that there's congruence on this. Just to say that when the minister came to announce the suspension of it, it was not a cancellation of the policy. So the policy has in this house. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, my little worry is whether it should be the remit of the authority to collect road tolls and pay monies collected into the road fund. Should it be the remit of the authority, or should they be facilitating that? I think rather they should be facilitating. It is not the business of the authority to be collecting the tolls. We are imposing the obligation on the authority. That's my little worry. But I wasn't at the winnowing. So if indeed that was a decision, I wouldn't want to run against, swim against the tide. But I don't know. The deputy whip is here. Is it the consideration that the authority should be doing that? If it is, then I will not have anything against it.
Fact is that, Mr. Speaker, on occasions, staff of highways collect the tolls. Sometimes too, they employ the services of third parties. So it is always yes, in fact, yeah, I agree that the form into which it comes is to be debated on another day. But the responsibility is on the entity to be able to do that, yes.
Well. So, honorable members, the proposed amendment is before us, and the question is all those in favor of the proposed amendment to paragraph 1 of clause 3 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now we move to paragraph M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on amendment proposed advertised on the order paper. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but just to do a minor amendment on the very first one, that is carry out feasibility studies and detailed engineering design for a road project. The Speaker, instead of carry out, we can simply say conduct feasibility studies. Conduct feasibility studies and detailed engineering design for a road project.
Speaker, is not harmful, but the fact is that if you read Act 540, 1997, we are basically reenacting, because that act was for highways, Ghana Highway Authority. We have 90% of what we are doing now is the repetition of that. So in that act, it's carried out, but it's not fatal if we use the word, yes, yeah, we can improve on it. So if we say conduct, that's fine.
Very well. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I believe we proposed some amendments, and I think consequentially it affected the other provisions. I think the same should affect this one with respect to the inclusion of road infrastructure. It's consequential so that it will affect the first one and also the second. But the third is as it is on the as advertised on the other paper. So it's consequential.
Very well. So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause M, clause 3, paragraph M, all those in favor say aye or say no. In other words, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And the question is, all those in favor? Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have some additional, even though not advertised, amendments, and I believe colleagues would appreciate it. On the original bill, for 3C, we have promote the development of sustainable and environmentally friendly road infrastructure. I don't know what really we mean by sustainable road infrastructure. I believe we mean durable, and perhaps we may add cost-effective. So promote the development of durable and cost-effective and environmentally friendly road infrastructure. Here in Ghana, conditions in the western region, which is much more rainier than in the north. In the construction of roads, they are supposed to respond to the weather conditions in those places. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe rather than use the word sustainable, we should delete sustainable and insert durable and cost-effective. Because in all this, and we'll come to that, when we talk about the application of standards, Mr. Speaker, we have to, as a House, really come to some determination about the cost-effectiveness of the road construction in this country. It cannot be, for instance, that we take a double-layered asphalted road in Ghana, typically much more expensive than what obtains in Burkina Faso, for instance. Faso have to transport their bitumen and sometimes come to purchase aggregates of the northern section of Ghana, take them there, transport their cement from Ghana to Burkina Faso, and when they do their roads, averagely is cheaper than what we do in Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge that we delete sustainable and insert durable, cost-effective. Thank you.
Speaker, I think it's an improvement on what we want to do. And it also encapsulates the concerns that have been in the House for some time. With the agency, we discussed the possibility of them telling us the cost build-up of roads, but those ones will come in the details. It's true that some of the costs per kilometer are not actually the cost. The bidders are pricing in unknown events. Okay, I will not be paid for 3 years. I will not be paid for 2 years. So they add unnecessary things. As long as we begin to pay within reasonable time, we can strip some of the costs down and make the prices reasonable. So I agree with his proposal.
Drafters, I hope you heard the leader. Okay. So let me put the question again. Leader, can I put the question?
Yes, you can put it.
Yes. So all those in favor about the proposed amendment made to clause 3C. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now,
so still on 3, for K, we have provide quarterly reports on road infrastructure to the minister.
Leader, where?
4K.
But we haven't gotten to 4.
No, 3K, sorry.
Okay.
3K. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is going to be too much of work for the authority. Nationwide road network, now we're talking about 105,000 kilometers, to provide quarterly reports on the state of the roads. Every quarter. Mr. Speaker, is certainly unbearable. I would suggest that we do so for yearly. Every year we should have this, because into the next budget meeting or the next budget session, it should be done. The earliest maybe will be half yearly, but quarterly, certainly it cannot be done. It cannot be done. So I would suggest that we make it half yearly or once a year. The 1 year is supposed to be done, but usually it's observed in breach. So if you put it here, then it's legal that they should respond to it. But quarterly, 105,000 kilometers, and it will expand further to submit status reports on them. It's impossible.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I will add up to the former leader, that we should do it half yearly. I think it will help in that way.
Let's get the rendition.
So the rendition will be provide half-yearly report on road infrastructure to the minister.
Very well.
Yeah.
Very well. Yes. So there's a proposed amendment. Again, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And now let me put all the cross 3 amendments. So all those in favor that cross 3 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross 3 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Yes, Chairman, cross 4.
Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on the proposed amendment advertised on the other people. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. Speaker, the rationale is that
the Interior, Ministry of Interior, Building and Road Research Institute are relevant entities or institutions to be involved or to be represented on the governing body.
Yes, Leader.
I was surprised at the omission, and Interior is okay, but with particular respect to BRI, I thought it was an unfortunate omission, but now that it's been brought back, I think it needs to be.
So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, sub cross 1, cross 4. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on the various amendment proposed advertised on the order paper. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, for the same reason.
Very well. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, the question is, all those in favor that cross 4, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 4, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. We turn to cross 6.
Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on amendment proposed advertised on the order paper. I so move.
Yes, the chairman has moved a proposed amendment to sub cross 5 of cross 6. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the first amendment, that is clause 6, 5, is supposed to be amended by the chairman of the committee, and that is the V. And the amendment that should be carried out is a VI. So, by the record, the chairman should abandon amendment in V, which reads that a member who refuse or fail to pay fine imposed on the member under subsection 4 ceases to be a member of the board. So, Speaker, we argue this to the effect that the clause 9(2) of the bill is saying that if you sit in conflict of interest, the chairman of the board must recommend to the minister, who will then inform the president or the appointing authority to revoke your appointment. The offenses as listed in 6(2) are of grievous nature, and when you commit those offenses, there is no need for you paying the fine and continuing to be a member of the board. So you must equally cease to be a member of the board. And that necessitated the amendment in V, which says that where a member is convicted under subsection 4, the chairperson shall notify the minister, who shall inform the president in writing to revoke the appointment of that member.
Yes. Leader, anyway, kindly indulge me to suspend the House again for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes. Let me thank you for your indulgence. So, clause 6. Should I put the question on the amendment? Okay, very well. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 5, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. Yes, Chairman. Same clause 6.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm relying on the advertised amendment proposed. I so move.
Yes. I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 6 together. All those in favor, as clause 6, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Return to clause 23.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what was done for 9, the disclosure of interest. 9.4 says a member of the board who fails to disclose an interest of the member in a matter for consideration by the board is liable to pay compensation to the authority for any loss incurred by the authority as a result of the non-disclosure. I think there was an instance where it was said that if a person is not able to or fails to pay the compensation, that person, there should be a resort to civil procedure for the retrieval of the amount. I don't know whether it was in respect of that. If it is not in respect of that, then we need to have a 5 following 9, which would define the same path for the retrieval of the amount that a person fails to pay. Or 3.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, flowing from 3, it states that without limiting any further course of action that may be instituted against a member, the board shall recover any benefit derived by a member who contravenes subsection 1, in addition to the revocation of the appointment. And the 4 is to the effect that a member of the board who fails to disclose an interest of the member in a matter for consideration by is liable to pay compensation to the authority for any loss incurred by the authority as a result of the non-disclosure. So, Speaker, if the compensation is so established and then the member fails to pay, it becomes a civil matter and they must resort to a civil procedure in recovering the amount of money. So if you read the 3 and the 4 together, what the board needs to do is to take that other action to recover the amount.
Speaker, I believe it's my request is subsumed in 3. So in that case, I'll drop it.
Well. So we will 10 to 23, eh? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 23, clause 23. I rely on the advertised amendment proposal. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't read well if you look at what it's there, any loan. So we just delete any, just to make it loan. Loan is a loan. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Because what is there now reads any loans granted to the authority. So we are deleting any, just make loans granted to the authority.
Is that okay? It's neater. So, leader, give it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we can add the E to the D. Grants, donations, and loans and gifts, and delete the E.
Okay, leader.
Mr. Speaker, you just do the G, grants, donations, gifts, and loans. And you delete granted to the authority or obtained from any other source. It's superfluous. The head note is funds of the authority. So you don't need that suffix for anything. So it's just loans. And then you conjoin it to D.
So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be the D, grants, donations, loans, and gifts. I so move.
Very well. So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 23D. I'm relying on the advertised amendment proposed. I so move.
Yes. So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 23E, say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And now, all those in favor that clause 23, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23, as variously amended, is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Mr. Speaker, I rely on the advertised amendment proposed up to clause 35.
As to?
From 31 to...
No, we are taking that one by
30. Clause 30, Mr. Speaker, as advertised amendment proposed. I so move.
Yes. The chairman has moved, yes.
Mr. Speaker, what the chairman of the committee is proposing, that the whole chapter on Road Infrastructure Development Fund, clause 30 establishes the Road Infrastructure Development Fund. 31 states the object of the fund. 32 is the sources of money. 33 is bank account of the fund. 34, management of the fund. And 35, investment of monies of the fund. Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to delete the entire establishment of the fund because of the existence of the road fund. So once you are deleting every other consequential clause based on the established road infrastructure fund must accordingly be deleted. That is why the chairman of the committee is proposing the amendment together.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe further to what I've heard my colleagues say, the import of this and the subsequent reintroduction of the road funds will have to have the dimension of development, because the road fund is for maintenance. So it cannot be the same as this. So if the import of deletion is that when you reintroduce the road fund, and you are going to introduce the element of development, which is not part of it, then that should be clearly stated here. Otherwise, the two are different. The road fund is purely for maintenance, right? Servicing and maintenance, including the clearing of road edges and so on. But it's not for development. If development is going to be part of it, then you are suggesting to the House that it will have that development component. So the spokespersons for the bill to give assurance.
The road fund that the minister is bringing to amend it will include the development. So that is why we deleted this process.
Speaker, we mentioned road fund severally in the Act, and in fact, if you see the Road Fund Act, it's almost a repetition of what is here. But the leader is right. What's missing in the current Road Fund Act is that it is clearly stated it's for maintenance. But we want this fund to be able to do development. Development is basically like if you are building a new road. If you are rehabilitating or improving an existing road, it's maintenance. But if you are doing a brand new road, it's development. So the minister's idea is to bring the road fund back to Parliament to be amended. Apart from adding development, to tweak it and make the fund more within the ministry and for specific projects rather than what is happening right now. So leader is right, but I'm not sure there's any way we can add development. But when it comes back, it has to be stated clearly that it's for development. Exactly. And in fact, when he comes to make the comment, he can add that so that it goes on record that it's coming back to the House.
So, honorable members, the chairman is proposing that clause 30, clause 31, clause 32, clause 33, clause 34, and clause 35 be deleted. So, all those in favor that all these clauses mentioned above be deleted, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 have been deleted. So we move to 42.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Speaker, clause 42. I rely on.
Mr. Speaker, before 42, I was chatting with the Deputy Whip about the definition of special assets. It says it's been provided for special assets. But for 39, line 2 in the original bill, the authority may, subject to the approval of the board, commercialize certain assets. And I said that we should we should be very specific about what assets that we mean. And I think that if we've not attended to it, we should delete certain and insert specific. We delete certain and insert specific. You have to specify those assets. Yes.
Right, before we get to 42, 39(1), the authority may, subject to the approval of the board, commercialize assets to generate revenue. Yes, okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about approval of the minister. Certain, you delete certain. So can you help us? How you want it to read?
I think we should delete certain and insert specific, because you specify the asset that must be commercialized. You can't just say certain assets. What is it? What's the meaning of certain assets?
But, currently, if you see the median in especially in the city, the median where we have the vegetation and other things, you see companies, advertising companies plant their billboards and things there. Sometimes without the local assembly do that and take the money without the authorization of the ministry. So they are now trying to take control of those things. So we think it's the right thing. Yes, so we can say specific because it's not every part of the road that is going to be commercialized. So the idea is to delete certain and say specific. So yes, so he reads, the authority may, subject to the approval of the board, commercialize specific assets to generate revenue and promote sustainable financing of road infrastructure development and maintenance.
So that is 39. So, honorable members, there is a further amendment to 39 because we adopted it at that time. So, Leader, can you give us the rendition?
Mr. Speaker, I just said that we should delete the word certain and insert specific. So, the authority may, subject to the approval of the board, commercialize specific assets to generate revenue and promote sustainable financing for road infrastructure and development. For roads, we've said, of course, the consequential effect will kick in here for roads and road infrastructure development and maintenance.
Very well. Honorable members, there is a further proposed amendment to clause 39. All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment is carried. But drafters, I hope the consequential directives that we gave you with infrastructure, with the road infrastructure, you bear in mind. Okay, very well. So now you can turn to 42.
Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on the advertised amendment proposed. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that for F of 42, which is at stake here, they are deleting the words whether and then permanently. Why? For some of these things, like the diversion of a stream, could be permanent, not only temporarily. In some instances, they are done permanently, and a bridge, the construction of a bridge, would necessitate the diversion of a stream or a streamlet permanently. So if you say that it should be done only temporarily, it will defeat the purpose. So I don't know why you want to delete the words permanently. I think it should be there.
So it means there's a further proposed amendment to 42F.
The idea is that if you look at the heading there, the power of entry and performance of other works. So it is not the idea that if you're building a road and you need to permanently divert a water course, that is going to be done. This is temporary work. So that is why they said you can sink, divert, raise. So these ones remain permanent. So the other ones will be done as and when it's required. But this one is under the heading power of entry and performance of other works. So it's other works, not the main works that is supposed to be done. So if you see everything there, it's temporal. Narrow a road because you are doing something on one lane and immediately, yes. So it's other works, not everything. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, look at the preamble of the 42. An authorized person may, in the performance of a function under this act, the function is comprehensive. It's comprehensive. So it may not necessarily be a temporary function. It's the entirety of the functions of the authority. So I think we need to be a bit careful about the proposal.
Mr. Speaker, the argument can be truncated because in drafting A, B, C, we did not indicate whether permanently or temporary. So we can delete the word whether permanently or temporary. So the rendition will be an authorized person may, in the performance of a function under this act and after giving reasonable notice, stop, divert, widen, narrow, raise, or sink in the course of then water course or road, street, bridge, or ferry. So whether permanently or temporary will be deleted from the rendition. Yes. Abandoned.
Yes. Where are we? Chairman.
So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be stop, divert, widen, narrow, raise, or sink the course of, then you go what a water course, road, street, bridge, or ferry. So we are deleting whether temporary or permanent. Is that, yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to F on clause 42, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we agreed to add alleyways after street. So maybe consequentially it could be affected. That is for the Roman number 2. But in respect of 1, perhaps 42F1, that is the water course. I believe maybe we may need the assistance of the draftspersons to say that we stop, divert, widen, narrow, raise, or sink the cost of a water course is something. I think it's a bit tautologous. But let's leave that to the draftspersons to help us better construct it. You can't have the cost of a water course.
Very well. So, drafters, please take note of that. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 42 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 42 as amended stands part of the bill. We move to 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm relying on advertised amendment proposed. I so move.
Yes. The chairman have moved a motion. I've moved an amendment to delete on 58, clause 58. Yes, Honorable Minority Whip.
The definition of fund in this case was making reference to the road development fund, which infrastructure development fund, which is no longer here. So that is why we are deleting this one. So,
are we all in agreement? The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete fund in clause 58, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 58 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 58 is directed to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I think what you have done then will relate to other areas. For instance, the regulations, the 57. The E has a report to be submitted. Annual road program mentioning the Road Fund Act. Oh, okay, this is Road Fund. Sorry.
So are you taking the long title? Yes. So, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the long title amendment proposed, line 2, after maintain, insert protest. I so move.
Yes. There is a proposed amendment to the long title.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. This brings it in line with the object, which has protect.
Are we all in agreement? Yes, Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, except to add that the long title should be fertilized with the other issues that were raised initially, which we said should have consequential effect, so that it will not just be maintain, manage, and protect the road network, but the roads, road infrastructure, and road network. But that is consequential.
Well. So, drafters, you should note of it. So, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to the long title, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to the long title is carried. And that the question is, all those in favor that the long title as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title as amended stands part of the bill. Have you come to the end of the consideration?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this bill has been in the works for some time, and I know the deputy vice chairman will speak, but I think it's a good thing we pass this, and we wait for the minister on Tuesday to make the necessary directives, and then we can take the third reading. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So, honourable members, we have now come to the end of the consideration stage. Well. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. So, we've done 5 hours. We started 10 o'clock.
So you've done more than 5 hours. So let me thank you for indulging me to move beyond the normal sitting hours. I'm so grateful to you. And on that note, we will adjourn the House to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tuesday will be 3rd. Tuesday will be 2nd. Tuesday, 2nd of July, 2024 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.